All right. So we are back, and we should be working fine now. All right. So we're going to have a tornado warning. This is going to be for southern portions of Archer and Clay counties in northwest/north Texas, western Texas. This is going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 3 miles southwest of Scotland, moving southeast towards Windthirst and Highway 281. This thunderstorm, as it continues to move southeast, will be capable of producing large hail up to the size of golf balls, damaging wind gusts, and, yeah, potentially even a tornado. As this storm continues to move southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So, those of you in Scotland, down Highway 281 to Windthirst, need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. We have a second severe thunderstorm that's going to be approaching the city of Breckenridge. This storm is capable of producing quarter-size hail and localized damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. We're going to be keeping an eye out for live streams from Stormchaser Adam Lucio. As activity continues to evolve this evening, we do expect to be relatively busy at times. Make sure we have this new stream embedded on the website. But again, Breckenridge, storm with quarter-size hail, winds to 60, rolling east-southeast into town. Up in northwest Texas, we do have a tornado warning. This is going to be for southern portions of Archer and Clay counties, including the communities of Scotland and Windthirst on Highway 281. This will include Highway 148 south of Henrietta, north of the city of Jacksboro. This does not include Highway 287, Jolly, Henrietta, or Bellevue. Doesn't include any of y'all. This does include areas around Scotland to Windthirst on Highway 281. We're going to need y'all to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. Can't rule out this storm attempting to produce a tornado as it moves off to the east, southeast at about 20 miles per hour. We'll take a look at what we're expecting tonight. Thank you, Who-Me, for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it. This point, we are just keeping an eye on things. And we'll play, let's do this. We'll play this on a loop just so y'all can see what we have going on here now. We have two storms of interest. This thing definitely is being monitored for the potential of some spinny mischief. We're live here on YouTube to give y'all updates of what's going on. So we have two severe storms right now. We have a storm rolling into the city of Breckenridge. That storm has the potential of winds of 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. That storm is moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and add a screen from Adam Lucio. In fact, we'll switch full stream here. Stormchaser Adam Lucio is live on the tornado warned storm near Windthirst. As you can see, we don't have any tornado with it right now. We have a very visually impressive supercell, though, that's for sure. This thing has the potential of golf ball size hail or larger, damaging straight line winds. And yes, even a spin-up tornado. Best chance of a tornado right now appears to be north of Highway 25, approaching Highway 281, just north of Windthirst, south of Scotland. We'll keep an eye on Adam's stream. We're going to switch back to the real-time radar. And again, we're expecting a pretty busy evening. Real quick, you know what? Let's just do this. I'm going to clear everything off this map. I'm going to go ahead and put the HUR on here just to show y'all what we do expect tonight. I'm also going to enable my Wi-Fi backup here, so if we have any issues again with this internet or the power blows up again, we'll be in better shape with redundancy. Alright, so let's take a look. This is going to be the HUR model. Give me just a second and we'll get it loaded. We'll run it from 8 p.m. through 9 a.m. tomorrow. As you can see, guess what? We're going to have a line of storms moving to southeast this evening. Boy, that thing's getting pretty low to the ground. Keeping a very close eye on these streams here. For any indications of tornado genesis. But again, you can see we're going to have storms in DFW down to Brownwood probably by 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. We're going to have storms approach parts of Waco by probably 2 to 5 a.m. Austin, you know, we'll say 3 to 6 a.m. And yeah, some of these storms tonight are going to be strong to severe, with damaging straight line winds, large hail, heavy rain. You can see Adam's got a pretty good view of that storm. A lot of blue and green in it, that is for sure. And again, this is going to be a tornado-warned storm near Windthirst in southeastern Archer County, moving towards southern Clay County. You can see, we'll switch back over to his feed. You can see we have wind, the grass there, wind blowing towards that area of mischief. And with it, an area of rotation. Here's a radar loop over the last hour. As you can see, we do have a tornado warning for southeastern Archer and southern Clay County. This is for a thunderstorm near the community of Windthirst, maybe just northeast, capable of producing a quick tornado, damaging winds, and the potential for golf ball size hail. This storm is moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. On its present course and track, we do note, yes, it eventually is probably going to be an issue for the DFW Metroplex. We'll probably see a line develop that will close the gaps in all these storms by the time this makes it down towards DFW, though. But those of you in northern Jack County to Wise County, Jacksboro included, to Decatur, heads up, you're going to want to watch this storm carefully coming in from your northwest. It is severe, and it's likely to remain severe as it moves southeast. Cloud tops are over 60,000 feet. Down the city of Breckenridge, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. If there's hail right now, it is in the city of Breckenridge. Radar estimates for hail size have come up a little bit, so the hail may be a bit larger than the size of quarters now. But, well, y'all are going to be the ones to tell us as these storms continue to move southeast at about 20 miles per hour. At this point, we only have 2 severe storms in the state of Texas, fortuitously. Here's Oklahoma. You can see they're just having one heck of an unpleasant experience right now. We've got, you know, all sorts of nonsense going on up here. Multiple tornado warnings in southern Oklahoma, moving towards southeastern Oklahoma, now mostly east of Interstate 35, and then trailing all that back down here in portions of Texoma and North Texas. We have thunderstorms moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour with a threat of large hail, damaging winds, and at times a couple of tornado warnings. CW, thank you very kindly for that generous super chat. Definitely appreciate it. Now, doo-doo-doo. And again, we're going to have more storms this evening. We're going to have plenty of storms, in fact. We're going to have a line fire up. And like I said, DFW, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. That's your main time frame for storms this evening. Could be soon as, you know, I mean, at this rate, it could be as soon as maybe 8 p.m. in northwestern sides of DFW. If these storms continue accelerating like they are, we might need to bring things back to 9 p.m. for DFW. But for now, you've still got some time. This activity will be moving southeast. We're keeping a close eye on Stormchasers here. That's Stormchaser Adam Lucio. He's located near this tornado warned storm near Windthirst as it moves off to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. Here's what we're going to do real quick. You're not going to hear me for about 30 seconds. I'm going to grab caffeine, and we are going to be right back. Hi, we're back. All right. See what we have here. So thank you for joining us this evening. If you're watching us a little early, you know we had a little issue with the stream. That's because the PC lost power. We took a quick power hit. But we're here. We're back. And we're going to be here through the evening to cover these storms as they continue to track across portions of Texoma, North Texas, and making their way south into parts of Central Texas in the Hill Country during the morning hours on Wednesday. We don't expect a big-time tornado threat this evening. I don't think most storms will be going tornadic. We are going to be dealing with quite a bit of damaging wind potential, some large hail, some heavy rain with an attendant threat of flash flooding. So we have two severe storms right now. This storm, that's just northeast of Windthirst. Those of you in Archer City in Scotland, you're clear from the tornado warning. Those of you in Windthirst to just northwest of Newport, you are in a tornado warning. So y'all need to be in your safe place. Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado here. Along with some pretty gnarly winds, heavy rain, and hail. Here's a look from the Frederick, Oklahoma radar. You can see we do have a pretty good hook echo here just east of Windthirst, and yeah, we actually do have a pretty good area of circulation showing up. This is going to be west of Highway 148, several miles east of Windthirst and 281, so Windthirst, you're probably okay at this point. Worst of the circulation is off to your east. But as this storm continues moving southeast, we're going to have to see what the Weather Service elects to do for northern Jack County. At the present course and speed, I do believe this storm is on a beeline to potentially impact the city of Newport here on Highway 59, which is there just where Highway 59 curves northeast and far southeastern parts of Clay County. So this possible tornado is now well into Clay County. This is going to be about 6 miles east of Windthirst or 15 miles northwest of Newport, and it is moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. Those of you in Newport and northwest of Newport to east of Windthirst, southwest of Bellevue, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles per hour, the potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail, and the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. If we have a tornado here, I'd expect it to be wrapped in heavy rain and hail. Here's the which way the wind is blowing mode. You have winds moving away from the radar in Frederick at about 65 miles an hour. Move it towards at about 40, so about 100 mile an hour circulation. We do note a little circulation up here southwest of Ringgold. We're going to keep an eye on that. That's much weaker, but still noteworthy. And that circulation and these storms are moving southeast, east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. We're going to be keeping a close eye on them. That is for sure. So, those of you in areas east of Windthirst, along Highway 148, south of the city of Henrietta, north of Jacksboro, west and northwest of Newport, we want you to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This circulation and this associated possible rain-wrapped tornado will likely be wrapped in heavy rain and hail. Farther south, let's take a look at this thunderstorm currently northeast of the city of Breckenridge. Boy, now look at that thing. That thing's got more attitude than a Tootin' Putin out of Taco Bell. You can see nasty little hail core now just east of the city of Breckenridge near Highway 67 and Highway 180. That is going to be east of the city of Breckenridge, starting to move away from Breckenridge, but the potential for hail certainly increasing with that. That storm is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So heads up Caddo on Highway 180 in eastern Stevens County. The potential for wind-driven hail could have golf ball size hail now with this thunderstorm. On its present course and speed, the storm is on a beeline to move into southwestern portions of Palo Pinto County and perhaps northeastern Eastland County, places like Ranger to Strawn, Metcalf Gap, Mingus, Gordon. You know, we talked about y'all back in late April, right? With the issues out here. Actually, it wasn't late April. It was late April, but it was also literally the last couple of weeks. I don't think this thing's going to be tornadic, at least it's showing no indications of it right now, but it definitely has the potential to produce a lot of hail and strong winds. So y'all remain on guard out here, just in case this thing starts doing even crazier things. But definitely an intense thunderstorm with the potential of golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. No issues with tornadoes right now with this storm. Heading north, we've got a storm in eastern Young County, moving towards Bryson on Highway 380. Some lightning with that. Maybe some pea-sized hail. That thing's not doing too much. And then you've got this mean thing east of Windthirst now, beginning to accelerate more to the east now at 30 miles an hour. If this thing keeps moving east, it is going to be an issue for places like Bellevue and Bowie. If it moves southeast, it may skirt just southwest of Bowie, impacting Highway 59 closer to Newport. But either way, folks north of Jacksboro, towards Newport, northern Jack County, Wise County, Montague County, especially southwestern Montague County, remain weather aware as this thunderstorm is currently tornado warned. For the potential of golf ball size hail, localized damage in straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, brief tornado potential, and hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Once you make it through this line of storms, Wichita Falls, you're done for today. Cold fronts move through, and you are good to go. You could see that live view from Stormchaser Adam Lucio. Again, if we had anything back here, this thing would be wrapped in heavy rain and hail. Adam is east of Windthirst, keeping a close eye on this storm and its potential for a quick rain-wrapped tornado. If we're not talking about your area, that's generally a good thing, since we tend to focus on the most intense life-threatening storms here on our live coverage, and that is currently associated with this nasty thunderstorm. East of Windthirst, with the circulation about 7 to 8 miles east of Windthirst, 14 miles west-southwest of Bellevue, about 14 miles northwest of Newport, or 4 miles west of Highway 148. This storm is passing well south of the city of Henrietta. Henrietta, your severe weather potential is ended. This will be crossing Highway 148 probably 10 to 15 miles south of the city of Henrietta, or about 20 to 25 miles north of the city of Jacksboro. We'd recommend no travel on Highway 148 until this storm makes it east of the highway, and even then, there's a trailing storm back west with additional heavy rain. The risk of severe weather may be increasing for the communities of Bowie and Newport over the next 30 to 45 minutes as the storm moves to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour and is accelerating. So that's what we're dealing with there. You can see we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Palo Pinto County, eastern portions of Stevens County. With this thunderstorm, that'll be moving off to the east. Right. Again, these storms are pretty gnarly. We are going to have to keep an eye on this storm east of Breckenridge now. Let me show you what we're looking at. This is an outflow boundary. I am a little concerned this thing is starting to catch up with it. Notice that hook echo right there? Now, that doesn't mean we have a tornado, but it does mean we're starting to see that catch up to that boundary. If it's able to ingest that boundary or interact with it, that could increase the threat of a quick spin-up tornado. And we are going to see more storms going into the next few hours. All right, here's what we're going to have to do real quick. I need to take a quick run downstairs. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and I'm going to be back here by 7:10 p.m. I hope to be back here before then, but things got started a little earlier than I expected, and truth be told, I've got a grocery order being delivered, so I need to go grab that real quick. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to run down there, grab that, come right back, and we'll have continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Stormchasers in just a few minutes. All right, folks, we're back. Let's get back to it. My apologies. Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer coming up to 7:09 now on the 3rd of June, 2025. We are about to lose our tornado warning, most likely. At least it's about to move out of the tornado warning polygon. I guess I should be a little specific on that. You're watching Stormchaser Adam Lucio. Yeah, it is Davenport, Iowa. And well, if that didn't mute, you got to hear me burp. Congratulations. If it muted, well, I'm okay. You're watching Stormchaser Adam Lucio as he is chasing these severe storms near northern Jack County into Wise County. We note a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these storms as they move southeast into portions of Montague, Jack, and Wise counties. Severe storm located along the line extending from near Blue Grove to east of Windthirst. Boop. To near Archer City. Moving southeast at about, well, they've got to move it southeast about 20 miles per hour. So, again, that could be ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. We do know there is still a tornado warning for southern Clay County, but the Weather Service is not extending that at this time to areas farther southeast. So that means we should be done with that tornado warning soon, which makes sense. I really don't think we're going to be doing too many tornado issues tonight. The risk is not zero, but the main issues will be damaging winds and large hail, along with lightning and flooding. Second severe storm is going to be east of the city of Breckenridge now. This is going to be closer to Caddo. This storm could have golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as it moves off to the southeast, east-southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The hail threat really has come up on this storm. Those of you in Breckenridge, if you ended up getting hail, let us know. Those of you in Caddo, probably just southwest of town, you're getting hail. Let us know how big that hail ends up being when it's safe to do so. Please don't go outside and play in the hail as it's falling. That's a no-no. This storm's moving east, east-southeast, probably not as far southeast as this radar indicates, but again, it's moving east-southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. I'm going to say it's probably moving like that towards Strawn, Gordon, probably staying a bit south of Metcalf Gap, at least the hail core. It'll be crossing Highway 16, probably closer to Strawn, and then moving east towards Gordon, these same areas that were hit by tornadoes a couple weeks ago. This is not a tornado situation. This is going to be a storm with some strong winds and hail. At this point, it's not a tornado issue. And hopefully it won't be. It's not showing indications it's going to be. We do have additional storms starting to develop to fill in this little gap between the two supercells. These are going to be over western Jack County. We could see those intensify a little more quickly as we continue on through the 7 p.m. hour, but for now, those storms are just producing a few lightning strikes and heavy rainfall. Storm about to move out of southern Clay County into northern Jack, northern Wise, and southwestern Montague counties. That's going to be moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Those storms, the potential for golf ball size hail, very heavy rain, damaging winds over 70 miles per hour. Who let the geese in the courtyard? That was scary. But, again, damaging winds and hail will be the main issue with storms tonight. Now, let's answer some questions. Let's take a look at the super duper awesome high resolution rapid refresh model. I forgot to order microwavable mac and cheese. So, let's take a look at the HER. Now, we're going to pop back to 8 p.m. Not honestly not the worst solution I've ever seen. It may not have the exact storm locations down right, but it's not too far off with what things could look like at 8. We don't have any sustained, intense, severe storms in central Texas right now. We've seen a few blips try to go up around Harker Heights up to Fort Hood, the Copperas Cove area back towards Lampasas, but nothing that has become solidified at this point. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead. We're going to play Loop-de-Loop-de, and we're going to run from 2100 hours to 7 a.m. I'm going to zoom out. We're even going to press that super-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing idioms too. Animation button. And you can see, guess what? It's going to storm in DFW this evening, probably 9 p.m. to midnight. Those storms are going to continue developing and moving south, meaning those of you, Brownwood, Tracy, guess what? Let's say 10 p.m. through maybe 1 a.m., maybe on the later side of that. We're going to have storms move into Waco, probably a little after midnight. Could be a little sooner, depending if these storms organize and accelerate. Storms, guess what? Moving into Hill Country late tonight. Could be after midnight, probably will be, through 4 a.m. Damaging winds, large hail with the most intense storms. Storms making their way into places like Round Rock, Georgetown. Let's say 4 to 6 a.m. Austin, we'll say 4 to 7 a.m. Even San Antonio, guess what? Storms could roll in if they don't weaken and dissipate first around sunrise. Now, let's just say at this point 6 to 8 a.m. tomorrow. Now, the caveat to all this being, if storms organize and we start getting a lot of wind with this, what we're going to see is that those storms accelerate to the southeast more quickly. And if that happens, well, they may arrive more quickly. But for now, that's a pretty good timeline. Those of you in Houston, yeah, you might have some storms. Come on in. But in all likelihood, they will weaken and dissipate before making it to Houston. But if they make it down there, it's going to be probably after sunrise to closer to 9, 10 a.m. on Wednesday. All right. So let's go back to the real-time, super-duper awesome blossom high-resolution rapid, or I should say the high-res radar. And we're going to turn on the radar. We're going to turn off the satellite. I think we all know there's stormies. It doesn't take the satellite to tell us that now. We're going to turn this loop down to about an hour because it helps make life a little easier. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see we've had a couple tornado warnings in parts of Clay and Archer counties. Still a tornado warning for southern Clay County for another 28 minutes. That's not going to take 28 minutes to get out of the county, though. In fact, it's going to be out of the county probably by 7:30. Moving into northern Jack County, we've got that severe storm south of Caddo now, moving towards Highway 16 and Strawn in southwestern Palo Pinto County. That storm, the potential for golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. And as we continue on, we're going to see this line fill in even more. I expect these storms in Jack County to materialize and organize. And yeah, guess what, DFW? It's going to storm this evening, with the strongest storms producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and enough lightning to probably ignite several house fires, because that seems to be a DFW speciality. So, with that being said, we're going to keep a close eye on things here, and we're going to be back in about 13 minutes with our next Texas severe weather update. Sooner if necessary, because guess what? We're going to be here all night probably doing this stuff. So, we're going to pace ourselves, and we are going to just keep y'all updated. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Stormchasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Stormchasers mobile app. We'll be back here in about 12 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. Hello, hello. Let's try that again. Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. It's really not. It's still Tuesday, but we've got some stormies to deal with now. Let's talk about them and then have some powwow. All right, so here's what we've got going on here at 7:30 on the 3rd of June. We've got a line of storms. It's a small cluster now. We're definitely starting to see some linear segments take hold. We've got a line of storms developing from near Olney to north of Loving, north of German, to near Newport, back towards Montague and Nocona in parts eastern Texoma, North Texas. We have a couple supercells underway. One north of Eastland, two just northwest of Strom, three near Grayford in northern Palo Pinto County, just northwest of north of Mineral Wells. I almost said Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls is done for the night. Those of you in DFW, guess what? You're getting storms this evening. It's not really a matter of if, but when. And when is going to probably be in the next 2 to 4 hours. You've still got some time. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of Montague, Wise, Jack, Palo Pinto, Stevens counties. And we technically have a tornado warning still until 7:45 p.m. for southern Clay County. That's done. Tornado threat in Clay County's over. I'm not worried about it. That storm's all the way down into Jack and Young counties. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming on in from the National Weather Service for Jack and Young counties themselves. So we'll take a look here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack and Young County in Texas.
So that's going to be this storm that is north of Bryson. Now, let me go ahead. We'll switch over to the correct radar, and it looks like we already are. That's nice. So let's go from south to north. You can see storm north of Strom, definitely a supercell. This storm has the potential of producing maybe golf ball size hail. Could have wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. And yeah, we do notice that little hook echo northwest of Strom. Now, let's switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And the good news is this isn't really showing any definitive low-level rotation. And we're pretty close to the radar out here near Moran. So we've got a good view of this. In this case, it's bark is worse than the bite in terms of any low-level rotation. Now, in terms of hail and wind, yeah, we got hail and wind. There's no doubt about that. And that storm, by the way, is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour towards Strawn and Gordon. It is going to be crossing Interstate 20, probably near Gordon and Highway 108, with the potential for some hail, some strong winds, and heavy rain. Now, let's take a look at this cell near Grayford. This is not severe warned right now. The storm's maybe got dime-sized hail. This one does have a little bit of rotation with it west of Grayford. Nothing writing home about right now, but we'll monitor that. And this is all part of the line starting to develop. You can see we've got more storms now than we did earlier. Earlier we had 2 storms. Now we've got several. It's because this whole cluster is going to fill in all the way from southwest of Mineral Wells up to Nocona here on the map. We've got this line now extending from, well, pretty much north of Loving to north of German to north of Jacksboro. I'll see if we can't get some more town and community names on here for you. But this line is going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. And as it does so, the potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe some golf ball size hail in spots. This extends from just west of Bowie to Newport to north of Jacksboro there on Highway 148, about 10 miles north of Jacksboro, and then all the way now back towards north of Loving on Highway 16 and 281. These storms moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So guess what? Hello, DFW. I was saying 10 p.m. earlier. Look, let's just bump that now back to 9. And for those of you in Decatur, it's probably going to be 8:30. If not a little sooner. So these storms are starting to organize and accelerate. So earlier I was saying, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. for DFW. Let's go ahead and move that back to maybe 8:45 to 9 p.m. now through midnight. And I can loop this radar and show you what we're looking at in terms of timing elements. you can see storms really starting to fill in out here in western North Texas with the potential of damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Storms from north of Jacksboro to Bowie are moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. These storms farther south from near Grayford down to Strawn, they're moving southeast at about 20 right now. As they organize into a line, they'll begin accelerating. But again, DFW probably looking now at 9 to midnight versus 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. So western DFW, places like Decatur to Weatherford, and they may be there by 8:45 p.m. with the threat of maybe some golf ball size hail and the potential of 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out a brief tornado, but the overall tornado threat is very low. And again, that tornado warning now for Clay County has expired. We have no tornado warnings in effect for the state of Texas. Let's go ahead. We're going to zoom out to the statewide view, and we're going to take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh model. Clean this up a bit. Change to the upper third. Clear everything off this map. And we're just going to load this model from 9 p.m. through 9 a.m. tomorrow. And this will play in sequential order in just a second. We'll zoom in and show you. But guess what? Storms continue moving southeast this evening. Could be in Waco by, let's just say, midnight to 1 a.m. Austin, let's say 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. San Antonio, storms may be rolling in shortly after 7 to 8 a.m. Now, they are going to weaken tomorrow morning, but as you can see on this, we are expecting storms to maintain their punch well into the night. This is not going to be a case where storms weaken and dissipate after sunset. We simply have so much tropical moisture in place, so much humidity, you know, it feels like you're out in the Gulf. Well, guess what? That's jet fuel to these storms, so even in the middle of the night, there's more than enough instability to keep them rowdy. So that is what's going to happen, and we're going to have a cluster move south tonight across Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, Concho Valley, and the Eastern Big Country. So places like Brownwood, Llano, Georgetown, Temple, Waco, Tige, Corsicana, Tyler, DFW, Bryan, College Station, Austin, Kerrville, Junction. Guess what? It's going to storm tonight into Wednesday morning, with the most intense storms capable of producing winds over 70 miles an hour, golf ball size hail, very heavy rain, and an absurd amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. The tornado threat is very low. It is not zero, but it's very low. So that's what we have going on. That is what we're going to continue monitoring for over the next several hours. And again, this is one of these cases where we're just here giving you occasional updates, letting y'all chat amongst yourselves. We're in chats, of course, keeping an eye on things. And being here on stream also allows us to cut in extremely quickly if we end up having a issue arise. But otherwise, we've been doing updates about every 20 minutes and having this loop play. But we're also keeping a close eye on things, and it allows us to cut in more quickly if we need to or something changes. So let's plan on our next update being here at 8 p.m. as we continue to monitor storms moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 40 miles an hour. And again, if something happens and we get something crazy going before 8 p.m., we'll be back before 8 p.m., but let's plan on us being back here at the latest by 8 p.m. We're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Eastland County and Stevens shortly. That storm that is just north of Morden Valley is probably starting to drop golf balls. Very strong updraft hail core with that. And we're going to also be keeping an eye on these storms moving into Palo Pinto and Erath County. Heads up, DFW, line of storms coming in over the next hour to 2 hours from the northwest and west. We'll be back here 8 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland, Palo Pinto, and Stevens County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Montague County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack and Wise County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto County in Texas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 8:01 p.m. on the 3rd of June, 2025. We're monitoring some severe weather activity now across portions of western North Texas and eastern Texoma. We have no tornado warnings at the moment. Hopefully it'll stay that way this evening. We have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings, however, and that expectation is we'll see plenty more going into the evening and overnight hours. We're going to switch over to the high-res radar. I want to take a look at each storm, and we're going to go from south to north because, well, sometimes I'm dyslexic. Southernmost storm currently approaching the city of Ranger. That storm has the potential of producing at least ping-pong ball-size hail, some localized damaging wind gusts, over 60 miles an hour. That'll be moving into the city of Ranger shortly. And again, that could have some pretty big hail with it. That storm's moving southeast towards Ranger, Ranger Hill, and Tiffin with large hail, damaging wind gusts. Further northeast, we've got a storm just north of Strawn, crossing over Highway 16, moving southeast towards Gordon. Now, this storm, unfortunately, is showing a little bit of low-level rotation now. It's not strong, but it's there. We're seeing, we're seeing that indicated by these greens moving towards the radar and Moran, and reds moving away. Now, this isn't strong rotation, but, you know, we've got winds moving towards the radar at about 25, winds moving away about 40. So, I mean, 60, 65 mile an hour rotation. Can't completely rule out a brief tornado on Highway 16 just north of Strawn over the next 5 minutes. The storm's moving east-ish towards Mingus, Gordon, and Santo here in southern Palo Pinto County at about 20 miles an hour. So we'll keep a very close eye on it. But again, a little bit of low-level rotation starting to show up with that storm. And then you can also see a bit of a hook echo here on radar. Farther north, we've got a line of storms. There may be some small hail, gusty winds, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning now, extending from the community of Palo Pinto on Highway 180 up towards areas like Salesville, just west of Mineral Wells. This activity is moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of some damaging winds, or strong winds at least, that could become damaging, and heavy rainfall. Further north, we've got a line of storms extending from just east of German on Highway 114 to Jacksboro, Cundiff, up towards Sunset and Fruitland on Highway 287, St. Joe on Highway 82. That activity is moving off to the east at about, well, southeast at about 35 miles per hour with the potential of damaging winds over 65 miles an hour. That's enough to cause tree damage. Could have also quarter to golf ball size hail. That activity moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. You can see, in fact, we're starting to see some extension of this line all the way back towards Breckenridge, east of Albany. Otherwise, we have a couple of these storms in western North Texas. And again, the most intense one of these right now in terms of hail, going to be this one coming southeast towards Ranger, Ranger Hill. That storm, again, could easily have golf ball size hail. And then we're watching the storm north of Strawn. Unfortunately, and Larry, if you're listening, you need to pay attention to this. I do think we have a tornado developing now on Highway 16 just north of Strawn. So again, this is going to be what could be a developing tornado about 3 miles north of Strawn now on Highway 16. This is going to be moving east towards, hopefully staying just north of Mingus, just north of Gordon, moving towards Santo. But again, this is going to be a thunderstorm that may need a tornado warning pretty quickly here in southwestern Palo Pinto County, with a circulation spinning up about 3 miles north of Strawn on Highway 16, north of Highway 103. This should stay just north of Mingus, just north of Gordon. But again, those of you here in southern and southwestern Palo Pinto County, just north of Strawn, just north of Mingus, and northwest of Gordon, honestly, I'd say go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Parker County in Texas.
So again, this could be a thunderstorm trying to develop. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Palo Pinto County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for southern Palo Pinto County until 8:45 p.m. This is going to be a possible developing tornado on Highway 16, about 3 miles north-northeast of Strawn. This is going to be moving east at about 20 miles an hour. So those of you in Mingus, Gordon, to Santo, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. I know we just went through this a couple weeks ago, so y'all should be well versed in what to do. But just in case you're not, we want you to go ahead and take shelter in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. Don't bother trying to go outside looking for this thing. You're not going to see it. It is probably wrapped in heavy rain. But again, this is now a tornado warning for southern Palo Pinto County for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now probably just east of Highway 16, about 3 to 4 miles north of Strom. Let's show you the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we'll explain why we now have a tornado warning. You can see that couplet, or that area of rotation on the which way the wind's blowing mode, has become much more tight, like a ballerina or skater bringing their arms out, but bringing their arms in allows them to rotate more quickly. Yeah, I know, I'm not doing well with words tonight. Well, same principle applies with these storms. So we've got winds moving towards the radar Miranda at about 60 miles an hour, and moving away from the radar here at about, 20 to 30. So about 80 mile an hour shear here. Now, this isn't particularly super strong circulation, but is definitely capable of producing a quick tornado. You can see on the how hard it's raining mode, that little hook echo right here with that little descending reflectivity core right on Highway 16. Now, this radar scan is 5 minutes old. You can see we just got a new scan that would have the rotation now east of 16, northeast of Strom, wrapped in rain. We're going to switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we're going to get that velocity scan here coming around just a second. And yeah, we still got that area of rotation being shown now just east of Highway 16. That is going to be east of 16, a couple miles northeast of Strawn. I'll go ahead and put some markers on here. We'll try to get some distances. And again, that circulation from Highway 103 and Highway 16 is about 4 miles north-northeast of that intersection, moving east only at about 20 miles per hour. So let me go ahead. We'll turn that off. I'm going to try to get a couple of roads on out here. And so far, we're just not getting a lot of these. This is going to be moving towards, Dairy Farm Road, Calhoun Road, Dairy Farm Road, and again, this is northeast of Strawn. If you're in Strawn at like 103 and 16, you're fine. This is northeast of you by about 4 miles. This is going to be moving east towards areas north of Gordon, north of Mingus. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We'll turn off that, and again, you can see this is a small tornado warning in comparison to the counties. This doesn't include Mineral Wells. This doesn't include Ranger. Ranger, you've got a nasty storm. That's a hailer. That could have golf ball size hail easily. The area of rotation we're monitoring is going to be 4 miles northeast of Strawn, moving off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So, with that in mind, places like Gordon and Mingus, even though this should stay north of Highway 103, we want y'all to be vigilant and be in shelter just in case, especially if you're north of Highway 103, now just east of Highway 16, extending all the way out to Interstate 20, almost to Highway 281. Not quite there yet in terms of where this tornado warning polygon is located, but, y'all out here, we just did this a couple weeks ago. So, Santo, Gordon, Mingus. This is going to be crossing over FM 919, probably near, Butler Lane, up towards Calhoun Road, Sharps Valley Road here in the next 20 minutes. The storm's not moving too quick. It's moving off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So I guess if I was a smart person, I'd go ahead and make sure we were streaming on the face bags, and we're not yet, but I can go ahead and turn that on. There's no harm in it. And if you got folks out here, you know what? You can always help them keep up with the weather by sharing our live stream link with them. We've got it on our website. We're about to be on Facebook. We're streaming on YouTube. You know, all that stuff. Just getting that set up real quick. And here we go with that. So, again, we've got a possible tornado about 4 to 5 miles northeast of Strom. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. It's not cooking and booking, but it is moving. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode again. You can see that little circulation here, about 4 miles northeast of Strom, northeast of Highway 16, and 193. There's no indications of tornado debris. That's good. That doesn't mean we don't have a tornado there. It just means it hasn't been downloaded enough or hit enough things for it to be detected here at about 3,200 feet. Now, let's take a look. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Palo Pinto and northern Parker County. This will be for a storm just north of 180 and Mineral Wells moving east into Parker County. You can see there's the newest How Hard It's Raining mode scan. And what we're going to do is give it a minute, but we're going to check the which way the wind's blowing mode. And there's a little area of rotation out here. I think this is more likely than not some damaging straight line winds versus tornadic at this point, but we're going to keep a close eye on it just in case. And again, this storm out here moving into Parker County has the potential of producing 60 mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail moving east at 28 miles an hour, which means, hi DFW, guess what? You're getting storms later, and by later I mean in the next 1 to 1.5 hours as they come in from the west. So, we are live, and for those of you watching, good evening. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 8:13 on the 3rd of June, 2025. Those of you using our mobile app, our main radar data feed has a outage, nothing to do with us. It's just the data provider for that radar as a whole is offline. So if you're using our app, what you can do is click that ... and more button. You can click the Zoom Radar button, and you can use the secondary radar we have included in our mobile app, and that will allow you to keep up with what is going on and the latest radar data, and vice versa. You can also use our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, for that same radar. So apologies for that, but that data outage is completely external to us, and we have absolutely nothing we can do about it. So it's just one of those things that is unwell timed. But that is usually when things happen, right? So we've got this storm northeast of Strom by about 4 miles, moving east at about 20. Since we have a lot of people that just joined, I want to take a quick look. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give you all a sense of what's going on. And that will hopefully give you all the answers you're looking for in terms of when storms are going to hit, etc., etc., etc. So we're going to press some buttons. Whee! Okay, here we go. We're going to load this from, I'm just going to do 9 p.m. through 9 a.m. tomorrow. Now, keep in mind, this may not capture the exact storm locations, and it may be too slow, as in these storms may arrive a bit before this model shows. As these storms become more organized, they may begin accelerating further to the southeast. More than they are doing so right now. But once you're past this line, so, you know, you see that, or we have a line now from near Munster to Sunset, north of Decatur, south of Bowie, to Jacksboro, to Breckenridge. Behind that, north of that, it's over, it's done, no more storms tonight. Southeast of that, well, we're going to have storms tonight. So again, DFW, it's going to storm tonight. Kerrville, Georgetown, Austin, Waco, Killeen, Bryan, College Station. We're going to have storms overnight, most likely after midnight for y'all through 5 to 7 a.m. But you're going to have a line of storms coming in from the north associated with a cool front that is progressing off to the southeast. So, again, this is going to be a line mostly capable of damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour, some quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe a spin-up tornado threat, although that will be highest over the next couple of hours with these semi-discrete storms in North Texas, and then heavy rain, flooding, and lightning. Let's go back to the real-time radar. We'll show you what's been going on over the last couple of hours with this activity moving off to the southeast. You can see we had tornado warning earlier in parts of Archer and Clay County. You okay? Moving off to the southeast, that segment of the tornado warnings expired. Now we have a quick tornado warning for southern Palo Pinto County for a circulation that spun up pretty quickly about 3 miles north of Strawn on Highway 16. That circulation is now east of Highway 16 and is in the process of weakening. So if we're lucky, that tornado warning will be canceled a bit early. I don't expect we're going to be dealing with, tornado warning after tornado warning tonight. I think they're going to be more isolated, hit and miss, with severe thunderstorm warnings for storms producing damaging winds and hail, far more common. That's what all these orange boxes are, severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, you can see we've got this tornado warning through 8:45 p.m. for southern Palo Pinto County. But again, that is going to be more of a isolated issue than not. So, for everyone that just joined, we talked about storm timing about 30 seconds ago. Folks in chat, if you'd be so kind as to help them out with any questions and answers with that, since we can only talk about what is going on with storms in the future every 20 minutes or so. We need to focus on what's going on right now. So, with that, we have a tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. for southern Palo Pinto County. This does not include Mineral Wells. This doesn't include any part of Highway 180. This is now east of Highway 16, moving east at 20 miles an hour towards Gordon and Santo. So, with that being said, we're going to be keeping an eye on all these storms. We've got that storm that's near Ranger, moving to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour with ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And Larry is just east of Ranger, so we're going to be getting a first-hand report from him shortly. Larry's one of our amazing moderators, part of our amazing team of moderators, and he so happens to be the target of Mother Nature's ire over the last 2 weeks, it seems. This is like the 5th storm that's tried to munch on him, and, well, it just seems to be what Mama Nature is in the mood to deal with. So, what we are going to do is keep an eye on that. We'll switch back over to the high-res radar. And the simple answer to your questions, if you're anywhere near DFW, yeah, it's going to storm in the next 2 hours. So here is what we're going to do. We're going to switch over to the super-duper awesome blossom high-res radar. You can see storms extend from just east of St. Joe to Munster. I can probably look at the velocities, and yeah, we've got some wind in these for sure. These storms are capable of producing winds over 60 miles an hour. That's been observed. And this activity is also capable of producing maybe a little bit of quarter-size hail. Storms are moving east at 30. So Gainesville to Valley View there on I-35. It's going to be storming here pretty soon with some strong westerly winds, heavy rain, maybe some small to 1-inch diameter size hail, a lot of lightning, flash flooding. Most of the project on 35, I believe, has been switched over to the new permanent concrete, so hopefully that'll mitigate any flooding on the interstate, but it's definitely not going to be a fun time, and I'm sure someone's going to crash into the new wall and just tie traffic up anyway. Storms extend back southwest into southeastern Montague County, into northern Wise County, and Jack County. Those storms are going to be moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour with the potential of damaging straight-line winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Heavy rain and maybe some hail. We could even have some quarter to $half size hail. We now have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 2 a.m. Central Time. North Texas into parts of Central Texas and Northeast Texas, essentially Brownwood to Killeen, Waco, DFW, Gun Barrel City to West Tawakoni, Sherman to Paris. And that's through 4 a.m. We could show you that here in more detail later. And then we've got some of these storms from now Salesville to Mineral Wells to Santo to Gordon back to Ranger, all moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, meaning, yes, those of you in DFW, it is going to storm this evening. But again, we have a quick tornado warning here in southern southern Palo Pinto County, and that was for a circulation that spun up pretty quickly near Highway 16 a little earlier. Still is a bit of rotation with this storm approaching Gordon, but it is less intense than it was, thankfully. We'll switch back over here. Let me see if we get a better view with the Fort Worth radar. Let's see, do they have this in sales mode? They do. So let's show you the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, you can see that little area of rotation just east of Highway 16. I'm going to do something dangerous and loop this. I'll probably crash the program because it's a 32-bit program, but that's okay. We'll just say, hey, 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 and reload the program very quickly. But I do want to show you what this radar looked like over the last while. You can see that circulation as it moved over Highway 16 was quite strong, about 3 to 4 miles north of Strawn. Was quite strong, north of Strawn, say that quickly 3 times, but it has weakened considerably as it has moved east of Highway 16, now approaching Calhoun Road.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland and Erath County in Texas.
This activity is going to keep moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Now, those of you in western DFW, Parker County, Wise County, I do want you to understand, we've got storms coming in, and these storms have wind with them. There's a pretty significant damaging wind threat coming in out of the west with this activity. So we need to be mindful of that and careful. We're going to have a lot of straight line winds. And thank you to everybody for those stars and super chats. Really appreciate it. But again, these storms are moving east. So DFW, Denton, well, let's do it this way. Cook County, Grayson County, Denton County, Wise County, Cook County, I said that, Collin County, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Parker County, Hood County, Johnson County, Ellis County. Guess what? It's going to storm in the next 2 hours, and some of y'all are going to get winds that could produce damage, 60 to 70, 80 miles an hour, potential for some quarter-size hail, and a very low threat of a spin-up tornado. Damaging winds are more likely, but I can't rule out a tornado as well, especially as these storms start organizing more. We're seeing some of them produce little kinks, which are resulting in areas of rotation. So what we're going to do real quick is, as these get closer to DFW, we're going to keep doing live coverage, but me being the super-duper trooper I am going to go visit the little boys' room real quick because y'all wanted to know that, but oh well. And we're going to be back here in 5 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. Want to thank our amazing team of moderators for helping out, answered so many questions, and thank y'all viewers for watching and helping to answer some of these questions. You know, timing that I've talked about, since we have so many folks coming and going all the time, helping to answer those questions. And we really enjoy you being part of our family here at the Texas Stormchasers, so thank you for joining us. We're going to be live for several more hours yet with continuing severe weather coverage. You could keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Stormchasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. But again, we'll be right back in about 5 minutes with continuing coverage. Alright, we'll continue our live severe weather coverage. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is coming up to 8:30 on the 3rd of June, 2025. We're monitoring a cluster or line of severe storms making the way from west to east. At about 20 to 30 miles per hour. This line currently extends from near Munster or Lindsay up in Cook County on the Red River, Highway 82, just west of Gainesville, extending back southwest now towards just north of Decatur in Wise County to near Jacksboro to Breckenridge. That's where the main line is, but we have a little line ahead of it now that extends from just southwest of Ames to Gardner and Cool here in Parker County to Millsap, to Bennett, Brazos, Santo, and Gordon back into Palo Pinto County. And then we've got tail end Supri now south of Interstate 20, southeast of Ranger. That's going to be crossing over Highway 16 north of Desdemona, with the potential of the largest hail out of all these storms. Could be ping pong ball size to golf ball size hail with that. We have a tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. for south central Palo Pinto County. That is not going to be extended right now. You can see they're going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for that into parts of Erath and Hood, Parker counties as well. We'll hear that go off in just a second. And then we've also got...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Erath, Hood, Palo Pinto, and Parker County in Texas.
We've got that new severe warning. That does include places like Lipan, Brazos. And then up here in Parker County, we've got a severe storm from Cool up to just southwest of Ames. That could have 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some nickel-size hail. That's moving east. These storms all moving east now at about 30 miles an hour. Further north, we've got severe storms approaching areas just north of Decatur up towards Leo in Cook County. Then all the way up towards Munster, Myra, and Lindsay here on Highway 82, just west of Gainesville. A little bit of a bowing look to this storm, so we could have some enhanced damaging wind potential. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see, here's your wind velocities. Just looking for little pockets of low-level rotation, but more than likely not, we've got a lot of straight-line winds coming in out of the west. Some of these could be over 60 miles per hour as they continue trudging off to the east towards, Gainesville, Era, Leo, Slidell over the next 20 minutes. Back down here in Parker County, pretty good surge of wind now in northwestern Parker County, just west of Springtown. That's going to be moving towards Ames and Springtown there on Highway 199. Most of that wind for the moment is staying north of the city of Weatherford. But again, heads up, pretty good surge of wind there. We'll keep a close eye on it as it moves off to the east at 30 miles an hour. Could be enough to cause some wind damage. Further southwest, that tornado warning for Palo Pinto County has been canceled early. So tornado warning has been canceled early for Palo Pinto County. There are no tornado warnings in effect for the state of Texas at this point. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue with damaging straight-line winds, maybe of 60 miles an hour, along with these two storms capable of producing quarter to half-dollar size hail. We do note additional storms developing back to the northwest, and that'll be the actual cold front and the final line of storms. So, once this line of storms from near Breckenridge to Jacksboro to Gainesville makes it through your area, it's done. Over. Adios. Somazwa. Auf Wiedersehen. Bye-bye. All right, so let's take a look at what we expect with the high-res rapid refresh model. And this is just to give a sense of the timing going into tonight and tomorrow morning. I'll have to reset the radar program real quick. You'll get a look at my killer background. We'll load the... We're just going to load this model from 10 p.m. through 10 a.m. And again, this model may be a little slow with these storms tonight, meaning, when it shows storms arriving, it may be a little earlier than that. So keep that in mind. Don't take the exact times and locations verbatim or, as a guarantee. You're definitely going to want to keep an eye on the sense of the timing and the overall expectation of what we have ongoing tonight. Sorry, I'm watching what could be a tornado out of Oklahoma right now. But, again, this line of storms is going to keep moving southeast tonight through DFW into the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, southern North Texas, and that is expected to bring localized damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, which could cause wind damage, an absurd amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, probably going to set a bunch of houses on fire because that's what seems to happen. Some of these storms, again, could continue producing nickel to quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. The threat of a brief tornado is very low but not zero, and very heavy rain could cause areas of localized flash flooding. So, let's switch back, and what we're going to do is we're going to let the radar loop play, and we're going to take another one of our little breaks. We're going to continue to be in chat, but we're going to be back here in about 9 minutes, 8:45 p.m., with your next Texas severe weather update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Stormchasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. The app radar and our free mobile app is currently having a data outage, so what you can do to bypass that is click the ... and more tab there on the bottom right side of the mobile app and click on Zoom Radar. That'll give you the same radar as you can find on our website, and that will allow you to keep up with what is going on. So we'll be back here in about 8 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook, Denton, Grayson, and Wise County in Texas.
Zippity doo dah, zippity gay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday, the 3rd of June, 2025. We're monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving east across North Texas. We have no tornado warnings in effect in the state of Texas at this time. Anyone who says there's a tornado warning in Texas at 8:45 p.m. is misinformed at the best, or at the worst, they're just boneheaded dumb. So, that is the good news. The not-so-good news is we have thunderstorms producing a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning approaching and entering places like Gainesville to Sanger to Denton, down towards Valley View, Slidell, and Crum, and Ponder. Some of those storms in Denton County, by the way, these things are shooting lightning out a good 10-15 miles ahead of the rain. So this thing up here is shooting lightning all the way down to the city of Denton right now. One heck of a lightning show with that. Seeing quite a bit of wind energy with this storm. Probably getting a lot of heavy rain and a lot of wind as this storm moves off to the east. Now, it looks like we're about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. So, when the computer starts yippity-yappity booing, we'll let it go and do its special little thing. But until then, these storms moving towards Gainesville, Sanger, Whitesboro.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker and Tarrant County in Texas.
Pilot Point, Sanger, Aubrey, Gunter, Collinsville. Damaging straight-line winds of 65 miles an hour and the potential for quarter-size hail. These storms are moving east at nearly 50 miles an hour, so they are cooking and booking. Expect localized flash flooding, street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams, and very strong winds out of the west. Weaker storms currently from Decatur to Springtown. Congratulations, but we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Parker and western Tarrant counties. It's going to be until, well, really, it's going to be until the storms make it east of you, but technically 9:30 p.m. We'll go ahead and read that warning because why the heck not? At 8:45 p.m., a line of severe storms was located from 7 miles northwest of Weatherford to near Brock, moving east at 30 miles an hour. These storms are capable of producing wind gusts over 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. We've got reports of trees down north of the city of Mineral Wells on Highway 281. Brock and Weatherford by 8:50 p.m. Lake Weatherford, Western Lake by 8:55. Willow Park, Hudson Oaks around 9. Anetta around 9:05. Aleo around 9:10. And Fort Worth around 9:15 p.m. This also includes Brock Junction, Pester, Dennis, Anetta South, Benbrook Lake, Bennett, Lake Worth, Thun, Garner, and Millsap. This includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 390 and 430, which means I wouldn't want to necessarily be on the interstate when this thing comes and says hello because, well, it's not going to be fun. And again, we're seeing some pretty good winds with this. Not really any rotation, but we're seeing winds that could be above 60 miles an hour, along with some nickel to quarter-size hail and very heavy rain. These storms are also producing a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. It's June. I think we're probably going to have more issues with flooding and house fires than, hail. We're also going to see some very strong winds. So again, Weatherford, Benbrook, Fort Worth, you're getting in on it over the next, 30 to 45 minutes. Farther southwest, we have a line of storms extending along Interstate 20 from Highway 281 and Lipan all the way through Santo, south of Gordon now, to Highway 16, south of Strawn, north of Desdemona. Now, we also have some new storms back along the leading edge of the cold front on Highway 180. That's going to be near Caddo again in eastern Stevens County. That storm may have some hail and gusty winds with it, so until that final line makes it through your location, y'all here in Palapeno County may get another round of storms. And again, all these storms are moving east, east-southeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour, so they're cooking and booking, especially for June, when we typically have a weaker jet stream aloft that results in storms moving at maybe 10 to 15 miles an hour. But nope, these are cooking and booking, meaning those of you Stephenville, Granbury, Fort Worth, it's going to be storming here in the next hour. Same thing goes. Denton to Sherman, next 30 minutes, it's going to be storming. And we're going to have to keep a close eye on all these storms with the potential for some damaging winds, a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, very heavy rain that could cause localized flooding, and more. Let's go ahead. We're going to take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh model. And again, this is going to be an indicator of what we expect to occur overnight going into the morning hours on Wednesday. I'm going to zoom out to the statewide view. And this is the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm not going to change the upper third in this case, but we'll just let you go ahead and see what we expect. This will load sequentially. As you can see, this model does bring storms overnight into the morning hours Wednesday, into the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, southern North Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, down into parts of even South Central and Southeast Texas after sunrise tomorrow morning. Through the morning, well, tonight and the morning, the most intense storms, even through like 4 or 5 a.m., could be producing winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Not all the storms, but the most intense storms. We could see some of these storms produce, nickel to quarter size hail, a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. That's going to happen with all these storms tonight. You're probably getting woken up by thunder. And heavy rain that could result in localized flooding. That's also a good bet. So again, gusty to damaging winds. Maybe a bit of hail, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. The tornado threat is very low. It is not completely zero, but it is not particularly high either. And again, back to the real-time radar. We're watching line of storms essentially from southeast of Strawn in Erath County to southeastern Parker or southeastern Palo Pinto County, into portions of Parker County, up into Wise County, Denton County, Cook County. These storms moving east at 30 to 45 miles an hour with pockets of damaging straight-line winds, very heavy rain, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, and more. We've also got the final line back here around Caddo on Highway 180. That might have some hail. They might have to put a severe warning out for quarter size hail at that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here in 7 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update. And again, if something happens before then, we'll be back. We're not going anywhere. We're just, keeping an eye on things as we like to do here and keep y'all updated. And if we need to, we're able to jump in very quickly with updates. And if that's something we need to do, that is something we will do. So we'll be back here in about 7 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Stormchasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Stormchasers mobile app. We have a bit of a radar outage right now with our main source. Otherwise, just click the ... and more tab, click Zoom Radar, and you'll get the same radars on our website. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes with continuing coverage. Hey, y'all. Getting close enough to 10 p.m. I got to, lay on the bed for like 4 minutes, stretch out, pretend I took an hour nap, and all the fun stuff that, you do after hours of live coverage. We'll go ahead. Let's hit some buttons here. We'll go ahead and pop this on. That's going to be Stormchaser Adam Lucio's stream. He's near Ponder, heading east on Highway 380 into the city of Denton. We'll keep an eye on his stream as a line of nasty storms approaches his location from the west. So what I'm going to do is we're going to give a brief overview real quick of what's going on, and then we're going to dive deeper into some of these storms and take a look at the overall expectations. Well, we're going to see what they're doing first, then give the expectations. I have traveled so much over the last week, it's ridiculous. I think I'm a little jet lagged, so my apologies for the lack of coherent sentences. Sometimes just stopping mid-sentence, going in a completely different direction. Words are difficult. It didn't help having the vid 2 weeks ago. Alright, so, what is that? What is that? I don't like that. That's an interesting little thing. Sorry, I have screens off screen. See what I mean by not verbing and nouning? I have other monitors I'm looking at other data at. Okay, enough yippity-yappity-boo. We've got a line of storms extending from near Oak Ridge to Lake Kiowa, Valley View to Sanger to just west of Ponder, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. There could be 65-mile-an-hour winds with that activity. There could be some small hail as well. As that thunderstorm complex continues to move east, it's going to be impacting places like Whitesboro, Collinsville, Tioga, and Pilot Point down to Aubrey on Highway 377. Pottsboro to Sherman, Dorchester to Gunter on Highway 75 and Highway 289, known as Preston Road to some. And that line again is moving east at 45 miles an hour. I'll show you what I mean. Here you go. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas. It's moving east 45 miles an hour with damaging winds, heavy rain, wee bit of hail, and enough lightning to light up half the stinking state. Further southwest, because we needed more lightning to light up the state, well, you got it. We got a complex of storms that are moving through, better not be rotation, moving through parts of Parker County into Erath County and Palo Pinto County. This line of storms, we're seeing an enhancement of damaging winds, could be over 65 to 70 miles an hour now, southeast of Bennett, south of Millsap. We'll take a look at that on the high-res radar in a minute. Otherwise, those storms extend back over Highway 281 north of Morgan Hill, up Highway 108 near Huckabee, south of Interstate 20. And it's also worth noting the actual final line of storms is still actually back on Highway 180 from near Palo Pinto, the community, to Metcalf Gap, to Caddo, to Breckenridge, almost to Abilene. Until you've got north winds and a drier air mass where it doesn't feel like you're in the Gulf, you still have a risk of storms. So that's going to be the actual final round. All right, as promised, let's take a look at what we have going on in terms of the higher res radar. And to do that, we're going to use this. Now, I'm going to switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar, and this is going to give us a peek of what's going on up here. This is installed after the Delta 191 crash back in 1985. These detect low-level wind shear. They update every minute. They're not as long-range or high-powered as the NEXRAD Weather Service radars. These are maintained by the FAA, but they are very good at detecting wind shear near them and wind. So, using that, we're seeing a pocket of... Oh, press some buttons, itch my leg. Seeing a pocket of winds over 50 miles an hour between Valley View and Sanger, just west of really the areas that got hit by that EF3 tornado last May, just over a year ago now. So near that, where that truck stop used to be at, what was it, like mile marker 486? I don't know if it's 486 or not. I think it is about that. But south of Valley View, north of Sanger, again, some straight line winds out of the west at about 60. That may actually knock some of the trees down that were damaged by the tornado last year if they died off and weakened.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Stevens County in Texas.
That's a flash flood warning. Highway 180 through eastern Stevens, Palo Pinto counties. That includes Metcalf Gap, Caddo, and Brad. So Brad, if you're watching, congratulations. You're on a live stream. Whee! All right, let's take a look at these storms in Parker County. Now, these have some more wind with them as well. We're seeing pockets at times of winds over 60 miles an hour with this. It was a little stronger a few minutes ago, but at this point, that activity is showing wind gusts over 60 miles per hour from just southwest of Weatherford to near Lipan. And that's moving east, maybe east-southeast towards Hood County, Johnson County, southwestern Tarrant County at about 30 miles an hour. So I expect we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Hood County and Johnson County, places like Granbury, Lipan, to Godley and Joshua here soon, as that storm's taking a little bit of a right turn. Back west, we do have thunderstorms producing. We'll switch to this radar. Hail. Could have a bit of hail with this storm back over parts of eastern Stevens, far western Palo Pinto County. Back to the 70s mode we go. And that's going to be moving over Highway 16, near and just south of Metcalf Gap towards Strom, over towards Highway 281. No indications of rotation with this storm. Nothing that indicates tornado issues. But definitely the potential for some hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Stevens County in Texas,
as they warn it for quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles an hour. So that was well-timed. And then we got this storm approaching Highway, I want to say 108, near Huckabee. And again, that could have some small hail. We've also got a few showers developing now in parts of Coryell and McLennan counties. We'll keep an eye on those. Those have been slowly developing. There may be some small hail near Crawford right now. Those are moving northeast. They're on Highway 337/317/ which one was it? 317? All right. I'll be honest, I've actually got a lot of these in 4 panels, so the radar y'all are looking at and those icons that you probably can't see well either because you're using a phone, it's about phone size for me too. So I'm squinting trying to see those and then looking at a map on another screen. But all right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give y'all a sense of the timing of these tonight, and then we'll be keeping a close eye on all this. And again, we have no tornado warnings. We have no destructive severe thunderstorms. A destructive severe thunderstorm is one producing 80-mile-an-hour winds or higher or baseball-sized hail. Those are typically the criteria for continuous live coverage, which is why we've been doing these updates about every 10 to 15 minutes. And we're going to be doing them probably for several hours yet. But, it doesn't mean we're going anywhere. It doesn't mean, we're off asleep. We're actually still here. We're just not constantly talking because that get pretty old pretty quick. We're still in chats. We're still here keeping a close eye on things. But again, the high-res rapid refresh model showing this line of storms moving south overnight into the morning hours Wednesday, into central Texas, the eastern Concho Valley, Brazos Valley, even parts of East Texas, Northeast Texas, South Central Texas, and Southeast Texas. Guess what? Line of storms overnight. Going to keep moving south at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, meaning the threat of severe storms capable of producing localized wind gusts of 50 to 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe higher at times. We could see some of these storms produce quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Most won't have hail that big. Tornado threat is very low, but not zero. Heavy rain and localized flooding and street flooding are expected, and these storms are going to be producing a crazy amount of lightning. I mean, it's going to look like something out of a strobe show. So you're probably going to get woken up with thunder. But again, it's going to storm overnight into tomorrow morning in places like Waco, Brownwood, maybe even San Angelo if it develops that far west, Brady Junction, Llano, Killeen, Fort Hood, Georgetown, Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos, San Antonio, into Bryan College Station, Mahia, Palestine, Dibble, Huntsville. Guess what? It's going to storm tonight and tomorrow morning. Some of these storms will be severe with a threat of damaging winds of 50 to 60 to 70 miles an hour. Could have some nickel to quarter to maybe even ping pong ball size hail. Tornado threat is very low, but not completely zero. And the potential, the likelihood of very heavy rain with maybe some localized flooding and a continuous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. It's going to be pretty nuts. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on things here, as we always do. But we're going to be back here in about 10 minutes with our next severe weather update, sooner if necessary. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Our main radar source is offline in the app right now. There's a data outage completely external to us, has nothing to do with us. But as long as that stays, I think it's showing data from about 4 in the afternoon, unless it's just been fixed. I'm actually checking right now. Maybe it's been fixed. Pretty please. And now there's just no data. But in that case, the main radar button in the app's not working. You can click the ... and more tab and click zoom radar, and that'll give you our second radar, which is up to date and working. That's the same radar you can also find on our website. So just click the ... and more tab and click on zoom radar in the mobile app, and you can get the latest radar data and warnings. And you can also visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar. So we'll be back here in about 9 minutes with your next Texas severe weather update, sooner if necessary, as storms capable of damaging winds, heavy rain, a ridiculous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, and a little bit of hail are moving east towards the DFW Metroplex at 30 miles per hour. We'll be back here shortly.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hood, Johnson, Parker, Somerville, and Tarrant County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Stormchaser, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, coming up 9:20 p.m. on the 3rd of June, 2025. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to include several population centers, so we'll go ahead and take a look at it. This is going to be for southern Parker, southern Tarrant, Johnson, Hood, Somerville counties, including places like Tolar, Granbury, Crescent, up to Benbrook on Highway 377. This will include Pecan Plantation, Bono, Cleburne, Keene, Godley, Joshua, Briar Oaks, Crowley, Forest Hill, Fort Worth, Kennedale, to Dalworthington Gardens, hi John, to Arlington, White Settlement, Benbrook, Aledo, Annetta South, etc. And this is for a line of storms moving off the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could have wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. All these green colors you see are going to be winds moving towards the radar in Burleson, so straight line winds. We've got some indications of these winds being over 60 miles an hour in spots. We've got a little area just northeast of La Pan, 50 to 60 miles an hour. So as this continues, these storms will be capable of producing some wind damage, maybe some quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Back over to the how hard it's rain mode, you can see quite a bit of heavy rain with this, and even a little bit of an indication of bowing here. So we got some strong winds on the backside of these storms pushing them to the southeast, and the result of that is some strong to localized damaging wind gusts out of the northwest at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're seeing some of those winds as well being pushed down towards the Tolar and Granbury regions as well. Further to the west, we've got some of these storms producing hail. This one near Strawn, the potential for quarter-size hail, in addition to a flash flood warning. Could have some localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour with that as well, but mostly maybe some hail. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Up here in Denton County, we've got a storm showing a bit of an intensification trend now. I suspect this will require a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a bit south of the previous storms. This is going to be over the Ponder and Crum area. Y'all are getting absolutely obliterated by cloud-to-ground lightning strikes right now. So expect a new severe warning with this soon. This is going to be for the Ponder, Crum, Denton area. And again, this is going to be a crazy amount of lightning as well with this thunderstorm. And it's probably going to start pushing out some stronger winds as well. We could see winds over 60 miles an hour in places like Crum, down FM 156 towards the Ponder area over the next several minutes. And again, we'll switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. It's having an aneurysm. We'll try this one. You can see, yeah, we got some stronger winds up here. 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. But given the hail core aloft, I suspect, and there you go, there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. That'll include portions of Denton and Collin counties. You'll hear little Happy Man talking about that in a minute.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin and Denton County in Texas.
So that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Collin counties until 10:15 p.m. Severe storm near Crum, 9 miles west of Denton on Highway 380. Moving east at 30 miles an hour with the potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Locations impacted include, hope you're ready for a list, Copper Canyon, Ray Roberts Lake, Lake Louisville, Coral City, Pilot Point, Denton, Providence Village, Stony, Ponder, Albury, Crossroads, Louisville Lake, Bolivar, Bartonville, Hebron, Hickory Creek, Little Elm, Lincoln Park, Prosper, Dish, and last but not least, Lakewood Village, Frisco, Prosper, Salina. Okay, there we go. So again, this is going to be a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter, along with some localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. This thing's also putting out a crazy amount of cloud-to-ground lightning for what it's worth. So again, it's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So Denton County, you're about to get a light show. And we do note this thing is shooting the lightning out all the way down to the colony right now. I just had a lightning strike detected down here. Radar, let me draw. Down here. And that's a good 20 miles away from where this storm is right now. So, that's gnarly. All right, down here, again, severe storms capable of maybe some quarter-size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour from Weatherford and Aledo back down to areas just north of Crescent to Annetta South. Brazos Bend to Granbury. Those storms moving east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Could have some winds of 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, and the potential for some nickel to quarter-size hail. No tornadoes, a lot of lightning, a lot of rain with some street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams. But again, this is not going to be one of these spaghetti-o tornado warning-ish events for y'all. A lot of wind, though. Make no mistake about that. Strong, you've got a storm that could have some nickel to quarter-size hail. More rain on an area that's already had a lot of rain. So localized damaging winds as well, over 60 miles an hour. And again, all these storms are generally moving east, southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We're probably going to start seeing this unzip farther west into the big country soon. Notice we're starting to see a few storms develop here in McLennan and Curiel counties, down towards Bell County. This activity down here is moving northeast. It is not severe. It is producing heavy rain, maybe P-dom size hail. Just started getting our first cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Just had one near Pitcoke and one just east of Gatesville. So those storms slowly intensifying, but they are not severe at this point. Back up into the big country, we're probably going to see storms starting to fire up back towards Tuscola soon. So let's talk about what we expect to go on tonight with the super duper high resolution rapid refresh radar. And again, we have no tornado warnings in Texas. We haven't had a tornado warning in Texas now for about an hour. So that is the good news. We do have several storms producing damaging winds, heavy rain, some hail. All right, so here's what this model shows tonight. We generally continue to expect a line of thunderstorms to make its way south into the Concho Valley, the hill country, down towards the northern Edwards Plateau, south central Texas, southern North Texas, the Brazos Valley, and parts of East Texas through 6 a.m. So the line itself isn't going to be moving southeast all that quickly. Now, some of these storms will continue producing wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, damaging winds overnight. We're probably going to have severe thunderstorm warnings in the middle of the night. We're probably going to see some of these storms produce nickel to quarter size hail, maybe ping pong ball size hail. The tornado threat is very low. It is not completely zero, but it's very low. And we also have the potential for a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, along with heavy rain that could cause some flash flooding. That storm just southwest of Coriel just southwest of Gatesville, north of Killeen, seems to be starting to take off on the latest scan. We'll go back to that, and you can see these triangles, by the way, are hail indications. Starting to see some hail cores build with these around Gatesville up towards Crawford. So as that continues and those storms move northeast, we may see them attempt to become more organized. Don't have to watch for that carefully, as they could pose a threat of larger hail since their cells all out by their lonesome. And I'll put the loop back on here so you can see what I mean. You can see these storms are moving northeast pretty slowly, but again, we're going to have to watch them carefully. So, severe thunderstorms moving into Hood County, approaching Tolar, Granbury, Brazos Bend, up to Crescent. We've got that also extending up towards Aledo and Annetta South. We have thunderstorms also from near Azle to Newark. Those are not severe. Those are weaker. And then we've got thunderstorms now approaching Crum and Ponder to the city of Denton. These storms moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the threat of some localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain, and a obnoxious amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. In fact, using the terminal Doppler weather radar up here in Louisville, we're going to see if we can't get a good look at this. I don't know why it's doing that. But let's try this. You can see we are seeing an area of localized damaging winds out here near Crum, over 60 miles an hour. Quite a bit of wind with that on Highway 380 near FM 156 right now. That's moving east down 380 towards Denton Municipal Airport, which is west of 35 here. And this storm is going to move into the city of Denton. And again, the potential for damaging straight-line winds certainly possible with this thunderstorm activity as it moves towards Ponder Crum in the city of Denton. Here's the latest scan on that. And again, these brighter blue colors you're seeing here, we're seeing some winds over 60 miles an hour now. This is going to be near FM 156 and Highway 380. And this is now approaching the Denton Municipal Airport, meaning damaging winds will be moving into the city of Denton shortly, including the municipal airport out here southwest of town. We'll get at least a good wind reading on that, so we're going to find out pretty quick here how strong the winds are with this thunderstorm as it moves over the airport. But again, Denton, Corinth, New Hope, Aubrey, it is about to storm a lot with abundant amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, very heavy rain, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 to 65 miles per hour. Back to the Fort Worth next ride, you can see we have a little bit of a interesting structure here. This is taking on a bit of a comma head appearance here. Little comma head southwest of Aledo. That could either be a little mesoscale convective vortex trying to form, or a little area of circulation up on the north side of this as the remainder of the storm kind of bows out here. You can see that, how that's happening right here, that bowing. That's because we got some strong winds. It's called a rear inflow jet, helping to push out the center apex of that bow, which helps some stronger damaging winds reach the surface. So with that being said, we definitely have the potential for some very strong winds and heavy rain, maybe some small hail as well, approaching Highway 377 around Granbury, Lake Granbury, Brazos Bend, Oak Trail Shores, Waples, De Cordova, even Bluffdale, down towards Morgan Hill with this activity as it moves southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, that is a line of severe storms. After Highway 377, it'll be moving towards Glen Rose, Rainbow, Pecan Plantation, Bono, Godley, Cleburne, King, Joshua, and Briar Oaks, along with areas like Crescent, Crowley, Burleson towards Mansfield, with the potential of some 40 to 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, heavy rain, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, a lot of cloud to ground lightning as well. And again, we have no tornado issues right now and haven't for over an hour. This is not a night where we expect to have many tornado issues. It's not completely zero, but it is very low. And then we have this storm back over Strawn to Gordon. That could have some quarter-size hail in Strawn right now. And that's going to be crossing Interstate 20 shortly, then moving down Highway 108 towards, well, Huckabee and Morgan Hill. So again, Stephenville, you may have missed this first little line, but you've got your own little special line coming on in, and this continues to build back west towards Bayard. I'll show you that here. This whole line starting to unzip to Tuscola, Potosi, Clyde, Moron, and that activity will continue moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, we've got some pretty gnarly winds moving in the city of Denton right now. This activity continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. We'll switch you over here. And again, radar's detecting winds maybe about 60, 65 miles an hour now, very near the Denton Municipal Airport, just east of Highway 156, moving towards the airport. Then after that, it's going to be crossing over Interstate 35 near Highway 380, the worst of the winds. And then from there, it'll be moving over the University of North Texas, and then east on 380 towards places like New Hope, Krugerville, Oak Point, Shady Shores, the north sides of Lake Louisville. And again, some pretty gnarly winds with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the east at 30 miles an hour. So we could have winds of, 60, maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe closer to 65 miles per hour, so enough to cause wind damage for sure. And again, this is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So you might be asking, well, Mr. Baldy-in, what time is it getting into my area? Well, I'm glad you asked, rhetorically, people of the world. As I pull up a manual storm track to tell you, I do want to say thank you so much for those super chats and those stars. Appreciate them very much. Appreciate the support. It really does help us continue to bring you live severe weather coverage. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to mark this for the strongest winds. So even though it may be raining, I want to do this for the strongest winds here. And that's why I'm going to do this. So Den, the next 5 minutes. Aubrey, around 9:45 to 9:50. Pilot Point, around 9:50 to 9:55. Corinth, around 9:45 to 9:50. Highland Village, about 9:50. Little Elm, about 9:55 to 10 p.m. New Hope, about 9:45 to 9:50 p.m. Frisco, about 10:05 to 10:10. Prosper, about 10:05 to 10:10. Salina, same story, 10:05 to 10:10. Weston, about 10:20 to 10:25. McKinney, about 10:25 to 10:30. Allen, about 10:25 to 10:30. If this storm continues on its present course and speed at about 30 miles an hour. And again, that is for the stronger winds in this storm. I know it's going to be pouring and storming before then, but we were talking about the wind threat there. Now, let's do the same thing. We're going to take a look at these storms down here in parts of Hood, Johnson, Tarrant, and Parker counties. We'll put a storm track on the leading edge of this. Again, about 30 miles an hour. That would bring it into Godley at 9:50 to 9:55. Burleson, 10:05 to 10:10. Joshua, about 10:10. Cleburne, about 10:15. Rio Vista, about 10:25 to 10:30. Somewhere down here is Keene. Keene, about 10:20 to 10:25. Alvarado, about 10:25 to 10:30. That would put this in Grandview, probably 10:40 to 10:45. And again, Burleson, around 10:10. Crowley, 10:05. Briar Oaks, around 10:15. Alvarado, about 10:25 to 10:30. And again, we're probably going to see this line try to fill in a bit as it moves southeast across the Metroplex up here. Notice we've kind of got a little weak segment around Lake Worth to Azle to Keller up towards the city of Den. But this activity is going to continue moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, we got some gnarly winds now over the Den Municipal Airport. That'll be moving east across Interstate 35W. In the next few minutes, we'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. That's not the view I wanted. We'll take a look, and again, we're seeing the strongest winds right now very near the Den Municipal Airport. That's going to be moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour, meaning those of you at the University of North Texas in Den. Den proper, I-35W, I-35E up to the split in 380, and then east towards the east side of town, Loop 288 on the east and southeast side of Den, and then out east of Den there. Y'all are going to be getting some winds. Could be over 60 miles an hour. Same thing for Argyle, North Lake, up to, over towards Corinth. And, I mean, this thing's shooting out lightning like there's no tomorrow. This thing's going holy moly guacamole with lightning, so that is another threat. Please don't be outside and get struck by lightning. We had enough of issues with that the other day. When thunder roars, go indoors. Don't stand under a awning or a metal tent. Because guess what? Metal's conductive. If you're standing under a metal tent and it gets struck by lightning, there's a good chance it's still going to strike you. Today's science lesson brought to you by Baldy-in-Chief, man of sarcasm and great grumpiness. All right, so that is the storm of Denton County. Again, that's going to be moving east towards New Hopes, Corinth, Little Elm, Lakewood Village, up over towards Salina, Prosper, Frisco, the Colony, Louisville Lake. Now, the good news is, ladies and gentlemen, none of these are tornadic. No tornado warnings. Jaxie Perez, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Greatly appreciated. And thank you to our amazing moderator team for helping out as well. We definitely appreciate everybody. as I'm, swiveling around looking at all these different monitors and iPads and all that hoopla. All right, so let's go back south. We talked about that. Let's talk about the storm coming into parts of Tarrant, Johnson counties. You can see this thing's actually got a pretty good little bow on it now. And that's just an indication we got some strong winds helping push out the apex, or the, well, big bow part of this thunderstorm, meaning we've got a pretty good amount of wind being shoved out with this. What in the heck is that? So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this. This is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of some very strong winds, heavy rain, etc. I don't know how many of y'all are placing store orders right now, but thank you very much. That's very generous. I keep getting notifications over here that people are placing orders. So, spooky. Means I'm going to be shipping a lot of things tomorrow. Now, here is something I noticed on another radar. I want to take a look at it here. I'm seeing an enhanced pocket of wind right now, just south of Lipan, east of Morgan Mill. I don't know what exactly that is, if we're actually seeing an area of circulation aloft or just a microburst. It's a pretty interesting feature nevertheless. Here's a different look at it, and you can see a little area just south of Lipan, but, well, we'll see. We're keeping an eye on it. All right. So the good news is, again, there are no tornado warnings in Texas. We do note the Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning up here just north of the Red River. This is going to be for Durant, Oklahoma. And that's going to be for a circulation west of Silo, northwest of Meade, north of Highway 70 up here near Durant, or northwest of Durant. That's going to be moving.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland, Erath, Palo Pinto, and Stevens County in Texas.
Turn that down a little. That is going to be for a storm near Silo and Meade, moving east at 15 towards Silo and Meade, Oklahoma. Eventually, that will be crossing over Highway 69, which is 75 in Texas. And this tornado warning includes Durant, Oklahoma, and Armstrong, Oklahoma. So heads up for y'all just north of the Red River. Storm in Sherman, Grayson County. This storm's no longer severe. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some pea-size hail, heavy rain. But nothing that currently is being indicated that is severe. To be severe, you have to have quarter-size hail or larger, damaging straight-line winds over 58 miles an hour, and or tornado. Well, we have no tornadoes, and some of these storms are producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. In fact, we're getting indications now of 70-mile-an-hour winds near Denton. So let's go back to this. We're going to switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, I'm seeing an indicator right here. 70-mile-an-hour winds right now on I-35W, just south of the 35 split. This is going to be moving over the University of North Texas, the stadium there, which is just south of the split by about 2 miles. This is going to be moving over the University of North Texas, crossing over 377, 2181, and then crossing over Interstate 35E at the Loop 288 interchange there on the south side of Denton, moving towards Shady Shores, Corinth, Oak Point. We could have winds now over 65 to 70 miles an hour being detected by the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar for DFW Airport. And again, that thunderstorm is moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Very heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail as well. All right, people. How many of you... All right, let's do it this way. See this? The magical iPad? Scott Davidson, Michael Flores, and Mark Holtz, thank you very kindly for your merch orders over the last 15 minutes. Very kind of all of you. Definitely appreciate the support. Thank you. That's one great way you can also help support us here at the Texas Stormchasers is merch. Plus, you get cool stuff out of it, right? All right, so let's switch this. Radar, oh radar, why won't you be nice? Here we go now. Damaging winds moving over the football stadium there. at the University of North Texas, looking to see if the airport in Denton recorded any wind gusts that were notable. I'm going to press some buttons real quick. And real quick also, let's do this. I'm going to switch back. I want to actually make sure I loop this. I want to make sure y'all actually get a good glance at what's going on. So let me loop this radar. Hey radar, I know you want to hate me, but can we please load? Thank you kindly. And I want to loop this just to give y'all a sense of the direction and timing while I pull up this information. Alright, no reports out of the Denton airport yet, which, well, we'll see if what their eventual wind gust ends up being. But, again, we've got a line of thunderstorms that are currently moving southeast across parts of the western and northern DFW Metroplex. These storms are capable, in spots, of producing wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, maybe some pea to dime to quarter-size hail. Hail is not a big issue with these. We don't have any tornadoes. Flash flooding, heavy rain, and a crazy amount of lightning. That is for sure. Okay. So again, I just want to emphasize, yeah, these storms are going to be loud. There's going to be a very crazy amount of lightning, heavy rain, some street flooding, all that. But we don't have tornadoes. The tornado threat's not completely zero, but we're not dealing with it right now. Looks like the Denton airport did have a west wind at 51 miles per hour. That was about 8 minutes ago, so we'll see if they have another wind report come in that bumps that up in the next few minutes. But a 51 mile an hour wind gust there at the Denton airport on the southwest side of town. And the good news is, for those of you in Hazlitt, Justin, Roanoke, Keller, north sides of Fort Worth, this line hasn't really, it's fizzled here. So y'all get the weaker elements. And then we get a stronger element on Highway 377 from Tolar up through Granbury, Crescent, up to Benbrook and Aledo. This little bow segment's moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. We could see some localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's enough to cause some wind damage, power outages, knock some fences down, loft your trampolines halfway to Waco. And that activity will continue moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Something we are going to have to watch for, and I'm going to show that after we take a look at this storm out here. All right, Ranger to Gordon. We've got a line segment moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could have some localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail. That activity's moving southeast towards Stephenville. Again, no tornadoes with any of this. We've got some quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Could have some wind gusts closer to 65 miles an hour in Den right now. It's probably not a good time for that, or for those of you in Den right now, but at least it's not baseball-size hail. To be fair, y'all are overdue. Y'all typically get hit by baseballs or softballs every year, and you haven't for a little while, so the good news is that's not happening tonight. The unpleasant side effect is y'all probably are getting 60 to 70 mile an hour winds right now around FM 377, 2181, and Interstate 35E. So that's probably going to cause some wind damage. But again, I want to kind of set our expectations here. Yes, we got some strong storms, a lot of lightning. It's probably going to wake a lot of folks up. We've got some storms that may, be producing very strong winds. Yeah, that could cause some wind damage, knock out power, knock some tree limbs down, all of that. But at this point, we haven't had any tornado issues for over an hour. The overall tornado risk is very low. It's not completely zero, but, let's not get ourselves worked up into a tizzy over something that is comparable to what we see several times a year in this part of the state in terms of strong storms with wind. But what we do need to also watch now are some more discrete storms developing farther south. We've got a storm east of Pidcoke, south of Gatesville. Stop it. We've got another storm west of Crawford, west of McGregor, and a storm near China Springs. The storm near Crawford and McGregor is the one we're going to have to watch in terms of intensification. That's showing the best indications right now of producing some hail that may be approaching quarter size. Sam and Easton, thank you very kindly for y'all's generous orders and donations in the Texas Stormchasers merch store. Appreciate it. For those of you asking, it's texasstormchasers.store, or you can just go, texasstormchasers.com/store. Just Google Texas Stormchasers store. Appreciate all that. Again, we might see a severe warning here for these cells west of McGregor, west of Crawford, northeast of Gatesville, for maybe some quarter-size hail soon, and they're slowly moving northeast. Eventually, they're going to get hit by this line coming in out of the north, but heads up, those may become our new hail threats over the next while. All right, so let's review what we've got going on. Back to the radar I go. Where we'll end up, who knows? Still showing indications of some 60-mile-an-hour winds near Interstate 35E at the split off of 77 there in Denton on the southeast side of Denton. If you're going up 35, you stay right to split off onto 77. You got those yield blinky lights of doom just off the interstate. That's one thing. Yeah. Isn't that a psalm? I don't know. Thank you, Chris Chorus, for that generous donation, and thank you for those kind words. Do appreciate it. But again, Den, strong winds could be 60 to 70 miles an hour, especially on the south sides of town. That'll be moving east towards Corinth, Shady Shores, Oak Point over the next 20 minutes. Also seeing some winds that could be approaching 60 miles an hour just east of Argyle, approaching Copper Canyon and Lantana here in southern Denton County. Then we also have these storms back into Hood, Johnson, Tarrant counties. Those have the potential of producing winds over 60 miles an hour. Some pretty heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. And same thing goes for these storms back west from Morgan Hill to Gordon to Strom to Ranger. And all this activity is moving southeast. At about 30 miles an hour. So that's what we've got going on with that right now. Those of you wanting to keep track of what's going on in terms of storms, you can do that with the free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And it looks like the radar in our mobile app is fixed. The primary radar there in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, it was down for about 5 hours, but it's back up now. In case that happens again, or you just want to use a different radar, you can click the ... and more tab and click Zoom Radar. We actually have 2 radars in our free mobile app, and both radars are free. So you can take your pick your favorite, but click ... and more, and click Zoom Radar. That's our secondary radar, and also the one we feature on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. So I'm glad that's back. All right. Tammy Chorus, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. All right. So let's be clear. We have no tornado warnings. No storms are putting tornadoes down right now. We've got these storms from Denton down towards Benbrook to Crescent to Granbury to Tolar to Morgan Hill, north of Stephenville. They're moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. They have a lot of lightning. I mean, it looks like the end of the world out there, but just to be clear, no tornadoes, no baseball-sized hail, no 90-mile-an-hour winds. Storms in Denton County do have pockets of 50 to 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that can cause some damage. We've also got these storms down in the southern metro from, Burleson down to Crescent to Granbury. That has the potential of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, small hail, maybe quarter-size hail, and a lot of lightning. And we know storms are starting to develop back southwest along the leading edge of a cold front all the way to Highway 83 now, near Bradshaw and Lawn, east over Highway 283, south of Baird, northwest of Roden, to Highway 183, from Cisco south to Romney, and then all the way east to Highway 281, Interstate 35, Highway 77. So, that is what's going on right now. No tornado warnings in Texas. We do have a storm up here near Durham. I'll switch back to the radar and we'll show you what's going on. That tornado warning, again, there's a circulation near Silo and Meade, Oklahoma, moving east towards Highway 69, which is 75 in Texas. And that has the potential to produce a tornado where Stormchaser Jason Cooley's located. If you want to watch his live feed, you can go to the Texas Stormchaser's YouTube channel, and that will keep y'all updated up there. But again, that is Oklahoma. That is not a Texas issue. Brad Billman, thank you very much for that very generous donation, that very kind message. We appreciate it, and we're happy we're able to help out so many folks. And, one reason we're here and I'm still doing continuous coverage is, I just want to let folks know that, hey, we're actually not dealing with tornadoes right now. We've got some damaging winds. I know it's loud. A lot of folks have storm anxiety, but again, while it's good to be informed, and yes, we do want folks to pay attention, this isn't a case where we're dealing with, tornadoes, crazy amounts of, hail, damaging winds, etc. Sorry, I'm trying to get an iPad set up here. Oh. Come on, iPad. Technology and I don't get along, because, yeah. Alright. Off that goes. So, let's take a look. Hey, I thought I just turned a loop on this. My apologies. So we're going to take a look at just a second what we expect going into tonight. And again, for those of you watching us live on Facebook, the best way you can find us, honestly, is going to be YouTube. We are almost to 100,000 followers here on the David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, which is the main weather YouTube channel we use. Yeah, we have a Texas Stormchasers YouTube channel. That's over 200,000. We tend to focus that on the storm chasing content. Okay, I don't want to know how many of you just placed orders. My thing just went... So, Brittany Boris, Justin Goldman, Laura Wager, and Andy, I'm going to mispronounce this, I'm so sorry, Gothiel, thank you very much for your orders. Y'all have gone nuts with these tonight, above and beyond. Really appreciate it. And, we're never going to charge for coverage, and we don't do the coverage to, sell merch or whatever, 15 minutes of fame. We do it because, well, I grew up with storm anxiety as a kid. And ironically, I learned how to storm chase and did that to overcome that anxiety and also kind of deal with it in a way. I still get it from time to time, but, one reason I'm here tonight is just to help folks know that, yeah, we've got some issues with wind, lightning, heavy rain, but we're not dealing with any tornado issues right now. And look, I'm not going to say the risk of tornadoes is zero. It's not. But it is very, very low. We're dealing with mainly line segments here, a linear mode, which favors damaging straight line winds versus a big, big hail and, sustained tornado threat. So that is good. But understand, these storms still can produce wind damage, heavy rain, all that stuff. And yeah, enough lightning to make you think it's the apocalypse. So we're watching things carefully, but again, we're doing okay. Corinth, you've got strong winds. Den, you're doing much better now, but we've got some strong winds moving into Corinth, Highland Village, Argyle, Lake Dallas, Oak Point, New Hope. Could have some winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour in spots. I don't think we're dealing with, a widespread, derecho hurricane force wind event where everyone's getting, crazy amounts of wind. Now, make no mistake, I think we got plenty of wind out there. It's just, not the spaghetti-o, I'm going to knock down the entire power grid situation we dealt with late last May. But, yeah, we're still dealing with issues, that's for sure. Some of these storms are producing dime to quarter-size hail. That's about an inch in diameter. And, yeah, heavy rain with some street flooding and a abundant amount of lightning. I mean, the lightning just insane. So that is what we're watching for. iPad, I'm setting up my iPad. I'm not used to having an iPad. All right. And Bear Paul, thank you very much for that coffee donation. Brooke McCrane, thank you very much for that order. And I'm very glad I am able to make some of y'all laugh, even though a lot of the storm coverage, storms and stuff is upsetting to people. Now, let's take a look at some of these cells down in Central Texas. Radar. I don't look for 2 seconds and you go, that's just mean and hateful. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to take a look at some of these little cells firing out ahead of this line down here in Central Texas. I'm going to actually take a look from the radar down in Granger. I just want to get a different perspective. Now, these two storms, we got a storm near Crawford, we got a storm south of Gatesville. Both these storms are what I call are supercells. They're rotating aloft. They're probably producing hail and localized damaging wind gusts. At this point, they're not severe. I do think we're probably going to get some severe warnings for quarter-size hail, maybe hail, inch in diameter, maybe some localized damaging winds. And I'll admit, I am going to keep an eye out on these for indications of rotation. After all, they're little storms out by their lonesome, and looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, we know there is some very weak mid-level rotation. I want to emphasize weak. I'm not saying tornadic. We'll look at the how hard it's rain mode. Yeah, there's little hook echoes there. So these are rotating storms. Updrafts. They are producing heavy rain, lightning, and some of these may be producing quarter-size hail, especially this storm about to cross over Highway 36 between Fort Gates and Flats. Duke is Duke, thank you very much for that generous super chat. It's very kind of you. And Uncle, boy, I'm mispronouncing this. Y'all making me pronounce new things, and I'm bad at pronouncing. Good lordy. But Uncle Becca, thank you very much for that merch order. Russ Gates, thank you very much for that merch order. Appreciate it. Hope you all enjoy your merch. But let us continue on. So the good news is, no news is good news. AWAR85, thanks for that generous super chat. And thank you to our amazing moderators for sending some of these to me. My screen space is limited, Michelle Wagner, thanks for that generous donation, and thank you for your kind words. So, let's talk about what's going on, and let's do this. I haven't looked.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Erath, Hood, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas.
Alright, so I'm going to load the her. If y'all stop placing orders for a second so I can do that without my thing going. That's where a little bit of the Aspie comes into play. Alright, so don't worry, my keeper will be back here shortly and smack me on the head, I'm sure. Not really, but alright, so let's load the her, and I'm going to load the her, and then I'm going to go through the list of this, because a lot of you just placed orders, which made my iPad go, oh. Alright, so here's what the high-res rapid refresh model does overnight. Now, let's press some buttons. And guess what? It is going to storm. This line of storm's probably going to build back west, which means those of you in San Angelo, you're going to have storms tonight. Hamilton, Killeen, Waco. I mean, you've got storms now, but you're going to have more storms tonight. Those of you down in the Brazos Valley, same thing. You're going to have storms overnight and early Wednesday morning. Austin, Round Rock, storms may not arrive until, 4, 5, 6 a.m., but they're going to come on in from the north, and they could have gusty winds, maybe even strong to damaging winds, heavy rain, and lightning. I'm going to let this loop play real quick. I'm going to go through this list. Literally, congrats, I have an iPad. All right, so let's go. Michelle Wagner, again, thank you for that donation and those kind words. Myler out of Valley View. Valley View, yes. I'm too familiar with y'all, I'm afraid. That's not a good thing usually, but thank you for that generous donation and those kind words. I'm glad we can be a good peace of mind for your family. Adrian Brown, thank you for your order. Hope you appreciate it. Thank you for your support. And Amy Bieber, thank you very much for your donation. I'm glad we're able to help your storm anxiety, and I'm glad we're able to bring some peace to folks. And yeah, when we're not dealing with, tornado warnings or big, bad, very mad uh-oh-villes, yeah, we can throw some humor around. And those of y'all who have been watching for a while, or, maybe a month, know, when things get serious, we go from jokey, me being a derp mode to a, serious, all-knowing Baldy-in-Chief mode. All right, so let's go back to the real-time radar. And to do that, it would help. Thank you for that super chat from One Trick Pony. Liz and Alex, thanks for your order. And yes, Tiffany H., thanks for being a big fan of us here at the Texas Stormchasers. Thanks for watching, y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. All right, here's the radar. Good news. No tornado warnings. We haven't had tornado warnings in over an hour. Risk of tornadoes is not exactly zero, but it is very low. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take a quick break, like 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 10:15. And again, if something happens in the next 8 minutes after I've been talking for over an hour, then Mother Nature just hates me, which is true. But we're not going anywhere. Just going to be a quick break. And we'll chat with y'all again here in just a few minutes. All right, we'll go ahead and come on back real quick. Want to thank Tim Swearingen for that generous donation, and thank you everybody. You've been very kind. Appreciate it. And we're never look. We've been doing weather blogs written out for over 15 years now. The video stuff for at least 5, 6. The reason we do it is, well, we care. So, looks like the Storm Prediction Center has issued a discussion indicating the potential for some storms producing damaging winds and a non-zero tornado threat. I'll let this loop keep playing, showing storms, and I will read that discussion. The threat for damaging winds, isolated large hail, and perhaps a tornado will continue across parts of central and north Texas. The discussion, and I'll interpret meteorologically as needed. Earlier discrete storms have evolved into 2 main clusters of storms near the DFW Metroplex. The northern cluster is taking a more easterly track, while the southern cluster is moving southeastward. These clusters will pose the greatest severe risk over the next 1 to 2 hours. Moderately strong cold pulls or outflow winds from these storms will support a risk for damaging winds. With the Fort Worth weather radar showing low-level wind shear values supportive, the risk for a brief tornado will also exist. However, storm mode and an increasing low-level cap will tend to limit a greater tornado threat. Further west, elevated storms that develop just behind the cold front. Additional storms could form as the front moves south, but it is not clear if they will be surface-based or more than marginally severe. A few discrete storms have also developed near Waco within the instability axis. Whether these storms can intensify this far removed from greater mid-level lift is not clear. Overall, strong shear and a unstable, buoyant air mass will support a severe threat over the next few hours, despite relatively modest lapse rates. That's a different way to describe low-level instability. Noted observed soundings within the region tonight. John Durnell, thank you very much for your Texas Stormchasers merch order. We appreciate it. So let's talk about some good news. The severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant County and most of Johnson County has been canceled. These storms from Crowley to Burleson have weakened. Godly, they've weakened. Now, there's storms. It's lightning, there's thunder, there's heavy rain. Good news, Denton County. Well, I say that. They just issued a new warning, so this thing's about to make a bunch of hoopla. But until then, storms back down from near Granbury to Stephenville. Glen Rose remains severe. Could have damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. And we do note a little bit of an interesting signature there over Highway 377 near Bluffdale.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Dallas, and Denton County in Texas.
We'll go back to that storm in just a second. But these storms, again, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for heavy rain. The potential for lightning. Well, there's lightning, there's heavy rain, there's localized street flooding, and maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, 1 inch diameter. Now, let's take a look at that new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile an hour wind gust, up to 60 mile an hour wind gust, maybe some nickel size hail, that's under 1 inch in diameter. I'll go ahead and read the severe warning here. A severe storm was located over Hackberry or Lake Louisville, moving east at 30 miles per hour. These storms, again, could have some wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Looks like we just had a report of a 62 mile an hour wind gust in Little Elm. So that is severe. This severe storm near Lake Louisville, Hackberry, moving east at 30. This storm will be moving east towards places like Carrollton, Lowry Crossing, Fairview, Melissa, McKinney, Crossroads, Coppell, Louisville Lake, Hickory Creek, Prosper, Flower Mound, Rowlett, New Hope, Corinth, Murphy, Princeton, Parker, Oak Point, and Allen. So that is where this severe thunderstorm warning is for. And again, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, some heavy rain, and maybe a very little bit of hail as this storm moves from west to east at about 30 miles an hour. But again, we're not doing bad. We're really not. They're loud, they're proud, but they've got more bark than bite at this point, this activity. So what we're going to do is we're going to be keeping a close eye on these storms, but I'm going to eat a little dinner. So I'm going to let this loop play. And again, storms are going to move south overnight. Simplest way I can say, this whole line, I'll turn off satellite data. This whole thing going to move south overnight into eastern Concho Valley, central Texas, southern North Texas, with the potential of some of these storms to produce damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Tornado threat is very low, but not completely zero. Now, what is going to occur with all these storms? A ridiculously frequent amount of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. It's going to sound like the apocalypse out there because of so much lightning. That's just because it's, summer. A lot of instability. Heavy rain that could cause localized flash flooding. So that's what we expect. Now, right now, again, we're not doing too bad. We do have storms capable of some localized damaging winds, some nickel to quarter size hail, that is 0.88 to 1 inch in diameter, heavy rain and lightning galore. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here in about 10 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Coryell, and McLennan County in Texas.
Hello, good evening. It's 10:30 p.m. on this, the 3rd of June, 2025. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, bringing you the excellent news that no one's currently being hit by tornadoes. I know, isn't that great news? Yeah, it's called me being tired and slightly sarcastic, but the truth is, no one's getting hit by tornadoes. So, let us see. Looks like a new weather warning. It's going to be for portions of Eastland, Erath.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Comanche, Eastland, and Erath County in Texas.
As the good old announcer said, it's going to be over here. It's going to be for these storms from near Comanche, well, where they are right now is Rucker on Highway 6 to north of De Leon to Stephenville, over towards Bluffdale up on Highway 377. Line is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour towards Dublin, Comanche, Claret, Alexander on Highway 6, Perves, Gusting, Hico, and then also technically towards Glass, Glenrose, etc. This line is capable of producing localized damaging wind gusts of 55 to 60 miles per hour as it moves southeast at 20. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Can't completely rule out some nickel to quarter-size hail. That's about an inch in diameter. And we're also monitoring for localized flash flooding. Up in the Metroplex, the Weather Service has canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Denton, and Collin counties. These storms up here have weakened below severe limits, and that is good news. So that warning's been canceled. We'll have to see if this little complex here is rapidly weakening. We may have a little bit of a heat burst event occur where, well, we won't go into that right now. We'll just say if the storm's actually rapidly weakening, it may end up producing some strong wind gusts. And some of those could actually warm temperatures up a bit. But, again, the good news is no longer any severe warnings in the DFW Metroplex. Our current severe weather warnings. We've got some severe storms extending from near De Leon to Stephenville to Glen Rose to Bono. Storms are moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour with the potential of localized damaging wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. We note these storms down here in parts of central Texas. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Leon Junction to the Grove and Moffett. That's for localized wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour and some quarter-size hail. The good news is, though, that storm overall has shown a bit of a weakening trend over the last several minutes, and we'll see if that results in this storm actually continuing to weaken or a new intensification trend. These storms have been pretty steady state over the last while. We've got another storm over Highway 317. That's going to be from Crawford west of Waco. That storm could have some dime-size hail. And then we're watching a storm near Aquila up in portions of southern Hill County, west of I-35. Those storms, these are all moving east-northeast, and again, the potential for some small hail, gusty winds, quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning, and heavy rain. Now, let's zoom back out, and again, DFW, we're looking better. We really are. I know there's still storms in the Metroplex. We got lightning and heavy rain in eastern Denton County over into Collin County from DFW Airport, which is not having a good time with flight delays right now into northern Dallas County. It's not even raining in Arlington right now. And then we've got a storm extending from near Forest Hill and Kennedale to Burleson, Joshua to Cleburne. That could have maybe some 30 to 40 mile an hour winds at times. Not severe, some cloud-to-ground lightning, brief heavy rain. So we're looking pretty good right now. We're looking much better than we were. So again, the only severe warnings we have right now are going to be these storms. Southwest of the DFW Metroplex, down Highway 377 and 67, from near Glen Rose to north of Glass to Chalk Mound to Stephenville to De Leon, moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. with localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And then we've got a couple of strong storms from near the Grove and Flat here on Highway 36 north of Moffett, up towards Highway 84 from near Crawford to west of Woodway. Those storms generally kind of moving east now at like 10 miles an hour. And then we've got this storm near Aquila, west of West. That one's still moving northeast, but if it intensifies further, it may turn to the east. And, well, they're moving at 10 miles an hour. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model and give you all a sense of what the overall expectations are going into the evening hours. And to do that, I'm going to load this model. We're going to clear everything off. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And we're going to load this from midnight through, I'm just going to run it through 9 a.m. It'll load sequentially, and you can see storms. Guess what? Hopefully they behave, but some of these storms overnight could continue to produce localized damaging wind gusts, some pocket change size hail, heavy rain, and lightning. Storms are going to continue moving south in a line and probably build west a bit. So places like San Angelo, guess what? It may fire up to your south, but Junction, Llano, Georgetown, Waco, Killeen, Bryan College Station, Tige, guess what? It's probably going to storm tonight into Wednesday morning, with the potential of localized winds 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Maybe some hail, could be down to nickel, maybe even quarter-size hail. If we get something particularly rambunctious, can't rule out a little bit larger hail. Heavy rain, and all these storms are going to produce a lot of lightning. That's just because it's June and there's so much instability. You know, if you walk outside, it feels like you're in the Gulf. Well, that's that instability, that moisture. So that's what happens. It's like we're in Florida, where all the storms produce a crazy amount of lightning. So with that, that is the general expectation of the night. So guess what? Waco, it's going to storm later. I know you've got storms now, but you're going to have a cluster of storms probably moving in a couple of hours. Same thing, Austin, maybe a few hours after midnight, but it's going to storm. Same thing for Bryan College Station, Fairfield, Centerville, Austin, Burnett, Lampasas, San Saba, Brady, Mason, Fredericksburg. Guess what? It's going to storm tomorrow morning, overnight. And some of those storms are going to pack a bit of a punch with a lot of lightning, heavy rain, strong to maybe some locally damaging winds. And we can't rule out some of these storms producing nickel to quarter size hail. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back here in about 10 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. We'll be back here at 10:50 p.m. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can scan that QR code above my lovely, bald, shiny dome, and we'll keep you up to date. So we'll be back here in about 10 minutes, sooner if necessary, with your next Texas Severe Weather Update. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to an overcaffeinated version of Baldy-in-Chief Isms. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, and it is a Tuesday, the 3rd of June. We're watching some thunderstorms be rambunctious. DFW, the good news is your storms have quit being rambunctious for the most part, unless you count the storm intensifying over the north sides of DFW Airport, totally butchering the late night block for the airlines at DFW. Unfortunately, if by chance you have cars parked in the remote lot at DFW, it looks like a lot of lightning just hit around there. So, it doesn't mean it hit any cars in the remote lot. I'm just looking at lightning detection, and the north side of DFW just got pummeled there at the airport. So, all right, let's zoom in. Let's say hello. Let's see what's going on. Oh no, my name is Baldy. I make psalms, and I don't know why, but let's drink some caffeine. Yummy! All right. Storm over north sides of DFW Airport is actually intensifying a little bit. They may have to put a severe warning back on that for maybe some hail, gusty winds. We'll keep an eye on that. Otherwise, Fort Worth, you're doing well. Downtown Dallas, you're fine for now. We've got storms extending from roughly Mansfield to Cleburne, Keene, down Highway 67 through Glen Rose and Glass, Rainbow, Chalk Mountain, back over to Stephenville, and then back southwest to De Leon. The storms from roughly Rising Star to Duster, De Leon to Stephenville to Glass, Glen Rose are capable of producing localized wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, though we haven't seen much in the way of wind reports recently, which is always a nice thing. Those storms are moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour, and they're probably going to continue all night, so I don't think they're going away anytime soon. Now, these storms here in central Texas, we are seeing this storm near the Grove and Moffett is showing a bit of an intensification trend again. We had quarter-size hail reported on Highway 36 in Flat. That was back at about 10:25 p.m., so about 25 minutes ago. We've got a storm near Aquila, west of West, in Southern Hill, northern McLennan County. That storm is moving more to the east now at like 5 miles an hour. We've got a storm shooting out lightning just north of the Waco Regional Airport. That's going to, the McGregor Executive Airport. My apologies, executives. That storm's west of Woodway. That's actually southwest of the Waco Regional Airport. Lightning, heavy rain, pea-sized hail with that. The storm that is near the Grove and Moffett may be producing hail a bit larger in quarters now there on Highway 36. It just hasn't moved much. It's sitting. We'll take a closer look at that. I'm going to switch to the Granger radar for a better view of this. And again, this storm actually is quite supercellular. You can even see it's got itself a little hook echo. Now, before y'all start freaking out and thinking, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, this thing's trying to put a tornado down. Nah, that's not on the table right now. The storm, while it does have a mesocyclone, is rotating aloft, it is not showing really any significant indications of low-level rotation right now. Now, is it completely out of the question? No. We're going to watch it, but at this point, that's probably the strongest storm we have in the state right now, is this little baby supercell sitting on Highway 36 for the last hour near the Grove, Leon Junction, Flat, down to northwest of Moffett. So there's probably hail falling here on Highway 36. And that storm, again, it's moving like east-southeast at 10 miles an hour. So if it survives, it may make it to Temple and Belton here by like midnight, but we'll see. Otherwise, up here in the eastern big country, western North Texas, these storms around Dublin to De Leon, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, probably some strong winds. These are moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. We're probably getting some flooding on Highway 377 and 67 around Stephenville, down to Dublin, De Leon. Up 67 through Chalk Mountain, Glen Rose up to Cleburne, Keene, up 377 towards Granbury. Probably have some ponding on the roads, high water possible, so be mindful of that. Don't go hydroplane into a ditch or a cow. And then storms here up on 67 from Cleburne to Alvarado, up into Mansfield, south sides of Arlington. There could be some gusty winds with that. These are not severe right now. They are capable of, 40 mile an hour winds. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds. And then we're keeping an eye on these storms up here. This storm over north sides of DFW Airport. showing a little bit of an intensification trend, butchering the late night departure and arrival block for American Airlines and any other airlines at DFW. And then storms extending up through Plano, Allen, McKinney. Not severe. There is gusty winds, a lot of lightning, but nothing that is tornadic, nothing that's even qualifying as severe. Severe being quarter-size hail or larger, 1-inch in diameter size hail or larger, winds of 58 miles an hour higher. So most of these storms are going to be moving southeast about 20 miles an hour overnight. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. What? Did I say something? Okay. Half asleep. So, we're going to press some buttons and say hello, because my name is Baldy-in-Chief. Oh no. No singing. I should just say, hey, you want me to stop singing? Send in a certain amount of super chats. Lol. No. Alright, so here's the high-res rapid refresh model going through the night into the morning. We'll even press some buttons on here. Guess what? Line of storms is going to continue moving south overnight into the morning hours on Wednesday into central Texas, the Hill Country, parts of the Brazos Valley, the eastern Concho Valley. And that activity will continue producing localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, and probably some pocket change size hail. Tornado threat is very low. It's not completely zero, but it is very, very low. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep an eye on these storms. We're not doing too bad right now. Probably have some very strong winds in Stephenville and DeLeon. And we've got heavy rain, lightning, DFW, but nothing severe in DFW right now. We're going to continue watching that cell on Highway 36 near the Grove, flat, north of Moffett, northwest of Temple, as it slowly moves southeast with the potential of quarter-size hail and wind gust of 60 miles an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep doing these occasional updates, and we'll pop back in sooner if necessary, but we're going to take a bit of a longer break now. We're still going to be in chats. We're going to be here keeping an eye on things, but again, severe weather-wise, we're not doing too bad right now. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are for the potential of quarter-size hail and wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. Now, let me switch this over to, let's try that. Cool satellite layer. Get the warnings on here, and what we're going to do is we're going to be back here at about 11:20 p.m. sooner if necessary, and it might be, so 11:20 at the latest, and if needed, we'll be back sooner. We'll keep an eye on the radar and trends here at the Texas Stormchasers. You can do the same with the free Texas Stormchasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the free Texas Stormchasers mobile app, where you can use the radar on the radar tab, or click ... and more, and use our second radar called Zoom Radar. So 2 radars, you can pick your favorite, and there you go. So we'll be back here at 11:20 p.m. sooner if necessary with your next Texas Thunderstorm Update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell and Coryell County in Texas.
Good morning, folks. Good morning. Good evening. I'm Texas Stormchaser's Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Coming up now to 11:20 on the 3rd of June, 2025. I want to go over what we're dealing with right now, and then we can discuss the expectations overnight. We've got a line of storms now from roughly Bollinger all the way to Coleman, Owens, Blanket, Comanche, Dublin, out towards Glenrose, Rio Vista, out towards Midlothian, Dallas, Rockwall. That line of storms is going to be the one that moves south overnight at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. It's going to make it into central Texas, eastern Concho Valley, Brazos Valley, Hill Country, south central Texas, overnight into the morning hours Friday. It's probably going to make it down to Interstate 10 after 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we're going to have to be mindful and keep an eye on that. Now, we've got a couple of storms that have fired ahead of this line. We've got a severe storm on Highway 36 from the Grove to Moffett. It's really just been sitting there. It is starting to move southeast right down Highway 36 towards Temple, Morgan's Point Resort, and Belton. That storm has the potential to produce quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. All these storms tonight are producing an abhorrently high number of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, and with that, we want folks to remember, when thunder roars, go indoors. These storms are also shooting lightning out 10 to 20 miles away from where it's raining. So when thunder roars, go indoors or become barbecue. Not a good idea. So let's talk about what we expect overnight with this line of storms. I already gave kind of a preview here, but let's go ahead and gander at the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll show you here. We're going to load this up. I'll even zoom out to statewide view. So what we're going to be doing overnight is this line is going to continue moving south. Central Texas, Brazos Valley, Hill Country. Strongest storms may end up being Central Texas, the Hill Country, going into the pre-dawn hours on Friday. This activity will be capable of producing localized damaging winds at times over 60 miles per hour. Maybe some pocket change size hail, dimes, nickels, quarters, and very heavy rain with quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. The overall tornado threat is very low. It's not completely zero, but it's very, very low, non-zero. So, storms are going to keep going all night. They're going to keep moving south 20 to 30 miles an hour with the strongest storms producing damaging winds. Damaging straight-line winds, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and hail.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Collin, Dallas, and Denton County in Texas.
So what we're going to do now is we are going to move everyone watching on our YouTube stream over to our 24/7 live radar stream. It's the same stuff you've been watching here for a few hours now. It's just on its own dedicated stream. So we're going to click the end stream button here on the YouTube, and that should encourage all of y'all to go visit our live Texas Weather Center live stream. And that is where you'll get to keep hearing music, these audible weather warnings, storm reports, all that. And if we need to come back overnight and do some more severe weather coverage, we shall do so. But I'm hoping that we're past the worst. So we'll be keeping a close eye on things, but thank you for joining us tonight. If you're watching us on Facebook, you can watch us over on YouTube, Texas Weather Center. Just search for the Texas Weather Center live stream, and it'll pop right up. So with that being said, I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. We'll be back if needed. Otherwise, tune in tomorrow morning for that Texas Weather Roundup forecast video, because guess what? We got more severe storms on the way to Texas through later this week into the weekend. So we'll keep an eye out. Thank you to our amazing moderators for the service. And thank you to all of y'all who have joined us this evening. All right. We'll see you later, if needed. Hopefully not too soon. Have a good night. God bless.